Good morning, race fans, and welcome to H1 Unlimited's live stream coverage of the 2023 APBA Gold Cup on Lake Washington. My name is Brad Luce. It's my job to keep you apprised of what's going on here this weekend on the water and other activities, but on the live stream, we will be focusing on our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes as they compete for the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world. It's the 113th running for the Golden Goblet. It has been 38 years since we had this race on Lake Washington. It should be a very big and exciting weekend. And I've got kind of a surprise or a special guest here who's going to help on our broadcast this year. Working with me on the tower is a man that needs absolutely no introduction to hydroplane racing. Race fans, if you followed this sport at all, you're going to know this guy immediately. And let me just simply say he has done literally everything within the sport of unlimited hydroplane racing. He's been a crew member, a crew chief, a team manager. He drove the boats. He knows how to handle the boats. He's worked on TV before. He's worked in the pit area as a referee and is currently an H1 Unlimited inspector. It is my great privilege to welcome to the broadcast Mr. John Walters. Hello, John. Good morning.
Good morning, Brad. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this. Thank you, Brad. This is so wonderful to be here. I love this sport and everybody in it. It's great to be here in Seattle. A beautiful day as we watch these boats go around the course doing some testing here for the 113th running of the APBA Gold Cup.
It really is something special, and as usually happens on a Friday morning when the course opens, we've got boats hanging over the water, and we've got boats that answered the bell within about 45 seconds of the green flag showing up. We have both of our strong boats on the water, the U8, driven by J. Michael Kelly. That's the Beacon Electric. We've got the U9, Corey Peabody, and we're going to be talking about both of those boats a lot. We're going to be talking about all of the boats a lot this weekend because I suspect with this 9-boat field in the APBA Gold Cup, there's going to be a lot of activity on the water, John.
I think there will be an awful lot of activity, and I think it's going to be, top quality, very fast laps and very competitive racing. We've got, 8 of the very best race teams in the world, here competing for the Gold Cup, and they're very competitive. I know last week, even in Tri-Cities, there was a very slim margin between the top qualifier and the slowest boat in the field. And I hate to even use the word slowest boat because they were just absolutely incredible how fast these boats are going these days.
Yeah, they really are quick, and the word we keep using around the country at the races and so forth is parity, because there is so much parity here. You do not know. You do not know who is going to win a particular heat, and I've been making the comment this year that the boats are so close that if a driver is a tick late at the start on these 3-lap preliminary heats, you're just not going to have enough time to run down somebody who might get the jump on you. Talking about Gold Cup winners in our field this weekend, we have 3 of them. Those 3 drivers are the 3 that are on the race course right now. We have J. Michael Kelly down at the lower end of the race course. We have Corey Peabody, our defending Gold Cup champion, and coming across the start-finish line right now, Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. 3 drivers that know what it takes to win the APBA Gold Cup. It is a very prestigious race. It's also got an extra set of heats. Put that most prestigious race on Lake Washington, where most of these drivers and teams are from and where they call home. This is really a big deal to these guys.
It really is a big deal, and this is our premier race of the year. This is in car racing. This would be our Indy 500 or our Daytona 500, and this is a race that everybody wants to win. It's especially important when you can do it on home water, and all your fans are here, all your friends are here. You don't want to do anything that's going to be silly or embarrass yourself on TV or in front of your friends here. And you'll notice the dedication of these drivers. You've mentioned they're all 3 Gold Cup winners. They're all multiple race winners. They're also with teams that are the best prepared, the most prepared. And you'll notice the first guys on the water here are the guys that that are working to come up with that combination where it'll put them in the best position to win on Sunday.
And we definitely, you and I, are going to have a conversation about combinations, because I know how I have been explaining it over the years, and I got a hunch you can take it a little bit further, certainly, than I can, as Andrew Tate comes off the top end of the race course in that beautiful U91. Behind him is Corey Peabody, or take that's J. Michael Kelly at the top end, but this Corey Peabody character out there in the white boat, the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. John, nobody's been able to solve the Corey Peabody puzzle so far this year. There's only been one heat that they didn't win, and that's when they spun out there in Madison and did some damage to the strut. But if that boat, the white one coming across start-finish line right now, the Beacon Plumbing, so far, if Corey's finished the heat, he's been in first place.
Yeah, Corey, works really hard to not make mistakes, and as you've mentioned earlier, that can be the difference between winning and running third here. These boats are all so closely prepared and so closely, running so closely in speeds and that little difference in a boat ride, or the second that the driver made a little bit better start or got an inside lane, those are all going to be big variables, and the difference between winning and not winning here.
I talked a little bit, John, at the outset here that you had done pretty much everything that could possibly be done in the sport of H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing. One thing I did not mention is the fact that you claimed that first victory in a turbine-powered hydroplane. You did that back in New York a number of years ago. That's still got to be pretty special to you. Nobody can take that one away. It's
extremely special, and for that reason, it's always nice to have that first one to do something thing. But I've actually been involved in the sport a lot of years since then, and designed and built boats, helped drivers, helped with the safety sort of thing. I built engines for other teams, and helped a lot of the young guys go out and beat my records. But that's one of the ones that will always have John Walters on it.
That was a great day back there. So I'm looking at some of the speeds here. We were just in a testing session this morning, but looking at some of the speeds here. The fast lap so far this morning for J. Michael Kelly. Looks like he turned a lap. I don't know if he can get much closer to 150. He had a 149.996. That's pretty close. Teammate Corey Peabody had a quick lap out there of 139. And then Andrew Tate had a hot one of 147.8. So guys are getting out, checking things out, making sure they see what the water conditions look like, and checking out equipment, making sure everything's bolted down and running well. It looked as though a couple of our drivers were doing some timing marks, and that's obviously critical when it comes time to go racing.
It is critical, and that'll change as the time goes on and the days go on here. This, just as the name implies, is testing. You're seeing 3 boats on the course at a time because they are testing. I know, the drivers are always anxious to get on the water and be running the boat as much as they can. It's always a nice opportunity to go out and get some time on the boat, get some laps on the boat, and get the crew, back in sync again. Most of these guys are probably still running the same combinations that they had last week in Tri-Cities, and so the speeds are a little slower than they will be later on in the day, but they're still set up for that 2.5 mile course in Tri-Cities, so most of them are probably running a little taller gear, a little bigger pitch diameter on the propeller, and running that 2.5 mile course just to get some time on the boat, get the driver some seat time, and kind of get the flow going again. As time goes on later on in the qualifying sessions, you'll notice the guys getting busy, the crane operators going, and you'll see gearboxes in the air as they're putting in qualifying gears. And the speeds will come up within, they'll come down in gear a little bit, they'll come down in propeller size a little bit, they'll work real hard at getting those timing marks and things from different places on the race course. And then again at the end of qualifying, you'll see those same gearboxes coming out, and you'll be a race combination going in there that's usually 3 or 4% lower in gears, a little smaller in propeller. As the water roughens up and you get more boats on the course, you can't use those big gears and things, so they'll come up with a race combination, and that's what they're doing right now is the first steps in figuring out that combination that'll put them in a position to be able to compete in race water.
So you made the first technical comment there that we may have some fans watching online on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. taller gears. What do you mean by taller gears?
A little higher gear ratio. These engines turn at 16,310 RPM. Coming out of the engine at 110%, and they're actually allowed to run 10% over what the factory rates them at, which is 16,300. We actually use an underdrive gear ratio and drop that, for round numbers about in half. So they're seeing about 9,000 RPM at the propeller. So a taller gear, may be a 0.52%, and on Sunday on this 2-mile course, or Saturday and Sunday on this 2-mile course, as the water roughens up and that gives the driver a little better opportunity to have a little better handle on, the boat speeds up faster, it accelerates quicker, it slows down quicker with lower gears in it. They may drop down to 0.45 or 0.42 somewhere in that range. So they're figuring that out right now.
Sure.
And so they'll get close with the gears, and then they've got propellers that are measured in inches of pitch, and they may come up a half an inch or go down a half an inch, again depending on who's in the heat and who what lane they think they can get in, and how hard they accelerate off the turns, the top end, and all those things all factor into the combination.
And you have written some wonderful articles with regards to propeller technology. For those who are so inclined to want to really dive in and make a deep dive on that, you can go to h1unlimited.com. There are some links in there to some articles that have been written by John Walters about propeller technology, and there is a lot that goes into that. You talk about the testing out here on the water. We got a boat coming off the top end of the race course right now, the U1, the Miss HomeStreet. Here's a guy who's just looking for as much seat time as he can get. This is our rookie, one of our 4 rookies, Dylan Runney, aboard the U1, the Miss HomeStreet. And every time I talk to this guy, he says, it's getting better, it's getting better. Bill Munsey used to talk about the boat and the driver becoming one. It's really true, right?
It absolutely is. When you get to that point that you can feel like you're one with the boat, you can sense what the boat is doing before it does it. You know how it's going to react, and there's lots of times where you don't necessarily have the ability to be able to look right down the race course and figure out what's going on, and so you're relying on that feeling, that sense of what's happening with the boat. And there's also some spotters on the beach here that are telling the drivers where other boats are on the course, and helping them to figure out the location with these canopies and roll cages and the Hans system and the helmets and all the things that the drivers have to wear. It's very restrictive as far as their visibility.
So we can run up to 3 boats on the water at a time, and we've pretty much had 3 boats out here the whole time. Down at the lower end of the race course, we have Dustin Eccles driving the U40 with a new sponsor they debuted last week in the Tri-Cities, Flavor Pack. That was a big deal for them, and they had a good day last week. They finished on the podium. They were 2nd place. I think that is as high as Kelly and Sharon Stockland have been on the podium, but one of these days Kelly and Sharon are going to climb to the top, and that's going to be a big party in the pit area.
They absolutely will, and there isn't anybody in the pits that works harder than Kelly and that group down there. Kelly's been himself, working on various teams, including the Miss Budweiser teams of the past, and so yeah, it's a wonderful thing for the sport to have Flavor Pack involved. We welcome them with open arms. I hope that's an uptick for the sport as we get more boats and better quality boats, and we get wonderful sponsors like Flavor Pack and all the others that are involved and invested in the sport, like HomeStreet and all the people that are here. So as that goes on, it makes the sport more viable and more fun to watch, and people can relate to that and say, geez, we had some of those Flavor Pack vegetables in our soup last night. So
yep,
that's cool.
Yep. And we're talking about rookie drivers. We've got another one out on the race course right now. I think our fans on the live stream are looking up the backstretch at Bobby King in the U12, the Graham Trucking. What about his story last weekend? That boat hadn't been wet in 2 years. It had been 2 years, and they were in the Tri-Cities the last time the boat ran. They came out, John, it didn't look like they missed a beat. They trailer fired it. They were ready to go put it in the water, and immediately this rookie was out there turning laps north of 150 miles an hour. The boat looked really good, and this kid is going to be something special. Bobby can drive.
Yeah, he absolutely can. And, the old saying, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He's got a father that knows how to, herd one of these things around a race course pretty well himself. And yeah, that this team came, like you say, they were basically in storage for, a long period of time there. They came right out of the box and run extremely well. And that's a tribute to the crew. It's a tribute to, Tom Anderson and Johnny Walker and that whole group down there. And certainly, if they can prepare the boat and make it, work the way that it should and the way that it could, Bobby will get everything out of it that it has.
It is the 2023 APBA Gold Cup at Seafair, Lake Washington, a 2-mile race course here, the Ted Jones race course on Lake Washington. And as we like to say, John, for those of you that are listening out there that are like John and myself that grew up with boat racing here in Seattle, we got rooster tails on Lake Washington. All is right in Hydroland. Yeah, that makes a big difference. And I can remember, being a kid here, coming down and just couldn't wait, to see the boats and see the rooster tails and, meet the drivers and all the things that make the pageantry and the beauty of this sport. And, there's nothing prettier than seeing an unlimited hydroplane, skim across the top of the water with that rooster tail in the air, the beautiful background of Mercer Island and mountains at both ends of the lakes when they're out, and this is just a beautiful place, and I'm just very fortunate to have grown up here and be part of this. Yes, you and me both. You mentioned mountains when the weather's right, and we got Mount Baker staring at us to the north over the I-90 floating bridge to the north. Can't quite see Mount Rainier from here, but trust me, when I drove in this morning, it was out. It's going to be a beautiful weekend too.
It's going to be a beautiful weekend, and I think that any weekend when there's boats on Lake Washington is a beautiful one. Some are just more beautiful than others, maybe, but the weather is perfect. We've got a good assortment of fans here already, for the testing and the preliminary heats that'll go on tomorrow. Lots of lake boats out on the log boom. It's just a beautiful place, a beautiful thing, and fun to be part of it. The history and the pageantry of this particular race, as you mentioned, the Gold Cup, the oldest perpetual trophy in all of motorsports, and the 113th running of the APBA Gold Cup. Seattle, there have been a lot of races that have been in Seattle. Many of them have been the Gold Cup. There was an old rivalry between Seattle and Detroit with the Gold Cup, and in the old days, all the boats had to be represented or represent a yacht club. And so they all ran the burgee, on the tail of that particular yacht club. The Gold Cup was, again, the premier race of the season, and the winner of the Gold Cup got to defend it on the race course of their choice. Of course, a lot of them were in Detroit when the slow-mos came out and showed people that, hey, we can design and build some boats that go pretty fast, and we can win some races, and we should have the Gold Cup in Seattle. That started a long rivalry, and that still goes on today, so it's fun to be part of it.
It is fun to be part of it, and you're right. I like what you just said there. It still goes on today because it does, and in the minds of a lot of people, those of a certain vintage, we remember those days and how we were supposed to hate all the Detroiters,
exactly,
right?
Yep.
And now that I've grown up and traveled with the circuit and so forth and spent a lot of time back in Detroit, you know what? Those are pretty nice people back there. I got a lot of good friends back there. I keep telling them, I'm not supposed to like you.
That's exactly
right. But they're
right.
good folks. And it was a very, very colorful time in unlimited hydroplane racing history. We've also got the first boat ever to win on Lake Washington, the 1951 Gold Cup winner, the Slow Motion 5, a boat that was built in secrecy before the 1951 event, is down in the pit area. So fans that are here, if you happen to come down, make sure you go in the pit area, get a little photo op there alongside the 1951 Gold Cup champion, that being the Slow Motion 5. My name is Brad Luce. He is John Walters. We are going to step away from the broadcast for just a moment here. I believe we've got Gunnar O'Farrell coming out on the water, but we will be back in just a minute. It is the 2023 APBA Gold Cup on the Ted Jones Racecourse on Lake Washington. I said, you know, you should post them. Let me as the announcer decide that. Because if you've got boats turning laps out here, that's the speed they have. There. Welcome to the 2023 HomeStreet Bank Cup, APBA Gold Cup, and Boeing Air Show. My name is Brad Luce, and along with my producer-engineer, Kim Meredith, it is my responsibility to keep you, the fans, apprised of everything happening this weekend. And it will be a very, very busy weekend. Seafair has once again put a schedule together that is full of excitement here in Seattle's premier summer festival. Working with Kim and me on the tower this weekend is a man who needs no introduction to hydroplane racing. He literally has done everything associated with our sport, from being a team crew chief to driving, and most recently a referee and an H1 Unlimited inspector. He is also the first driver to ever win a race in a turbine-powered unlimited hydroplane. It is with great pleasure that I welcome John Walters to the broadcast. John, welcome to Seafair. Welcome to the PA broadcast.
Pleasure. Thank you, Brad. It's such a great pleasure and honor to be here and get this opportunity to spend time with you and Kim and all the fans and all my friends down there in the pits. Seattle is a wonderful place to be in the summertime, especially when there's boats on the water and there's just so much history, so much pageantry. It's fun to be part of this and the 113th running of the American Powerboat Association Gold Cup, which is the oldest perpetual trophy in all of motorsport. So glad to be here. Fun to be here. It's going to be an exciting race and can't wait to see part of it.
And we did not get an opportunity this morning to sit down and really go through exactly what your job is this weekend, so let me explain it to you in 2 words. Have fun. We're here to have a good time, and I don't think that'll be too difficult.
It won't be difficult. Just being here is fun, and like I say, there's so much history in the sport here that I dearly love. I was very honored to be part of that. Now it's my honor to be part of that and help some of these new boats and some of these new teams with everything that they need to go out and be successful and have fun and do a good thing. And there's no reason for them to learn them the hard way and make the same mistakes I did.
Well, and I talked in the little intro there. You've been a referee, you've been an inspector, you've been a crew member, you've been a crew chief, you've been a team manager, you've driven these boats, you've been a color commentator on TV. You've pretty much done everything. The question then becomes, what was your favorite?
Oh boy, that really puts me on the spot. Driving these things was a childhood dream of mine. I went to my first race in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and saw the Diamond Cup when I was 9 years old. And on my way home, I told my parents, when I grow up, that's what I want to do.
Wow.
I don't know for certain that I could pick, any one part of it. They're all favorites, for different reasons. Different parts of it are lots of fun. My favorite is just the fact that I was able to accomplish so many goals and fulfill so many childhood dreams, and to be standing here with you, Brad, is a real honor.
And for our fans listening and watching online on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel, they've already heard us talk about this, but of all the things you did, and you talk about driving and so forth, and records that you may or may not have set that eventually get broken, and you even made the comment you've been helping other teams go out and break those records, but there's one they can't touch, and that's that one where you won the first race in a turbine-powered hydroplane. That has to be a very special memory for John Walters.
It's an awesome memory, and one that I'll treasure, forever. Like I mentioned earlier, it was a childhood dream of mine to, be able to be part of this sport, and especially to be able to drive a boat. There's been many records that, we set, in the Pay Impact days. Some of the first that, we were the first ones to do a lot of things in those days that are now commonplace in the sport, that's a great pleasure as well. And many of the records, many of the things that we did have been eclipsed by younger guys and faster boats and better teams and that sort of thing. But the one thing always is that first win for a turbine-powered hydroplane will always be mine. So I'm very proud of that.
We opened the course this morning at 8:55, and immediately, as one might expect, we had boats out on the water. Let's take a look here quickly at some of the boats that came out and the quick speeds that were turned. We had the U8, that's the Beacon Electric, the bright red boat with J. Michael Kelly. He was the first boat to leave the pit area this morning. He had a lap just a tick under 150. He turned it at 149.996. These are testing laps only, so we're not qualifying yet. We will do that later later on this morning. J. Michael Kelly's teammate, Corey Peabody, driving the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, he had a fast lap out there of 140.754. Corey was slowly touring the race course, just making sure everything was correct. Trust me, there's lots more in that unlimited hydroplane. Andrew Tate came out in the beautiful black, gold, and white U91, the Goodman Real Estate. He had a quick lap of 147.8. The U40, Dustin Eccles, the Flavor Pack. That is a beautiful blue and yellow boat that came out with the new sponsor they put on the boat last week in Tri-Cities. They had a quick lap of 145.410. Dylan Runny was out for a few laps in the Miss HomeStreet. His quick one was 136.7. We also had the rookie Bobby King out in the U12, the Graham Trucking. He had a hot lap of 143.200. And our as yet qualifying rookie, or our unqualified rookie driver, Gunnar O'Farrell. Now I say unqualified because technically in the rule book he has yet to do his laps in competition, but he's turned all of his necessary 15 laps and so forth. He will be looking to get completely qualified and go out and mix it up with his friends on the water. He was out in a boat, and I love this one, John. The Beast Unleashed presents Miss Thriftway. He had a quick lap of 142.271. Out on the water right now and cutting the race course right in front of us is Jamie Nielsen driving the Legend Yacht Transport presented by the Old Cannery Furniture Warehouse. He had a hot lap, a nice one there, John, 146.053. You were talking earlier about testing. It's just about making sure the boat's all ready to go. You mentioned we're going from a 2.5 mile race course to a 2 mile course. Big difference for the setups.
There is a big difference in the setups, and typically the water is a lot different as well. Tri-Cities being on the Columbia River there, the water's different in every lap because of the current. And a lot of times, you know, all those lumps and bumps from the skid fin that dig those big holes and the water that's rough up in the upper turn, it eventually finds its way down to the lower turn, and you end up, you know, running over that mess that you made later, later a lap or two after it's done. Here in Lake Washington, the water's, you know, pretty stationary. It doesn't move around an awful lot that way, but it gets moved around a lot by the boats that are floating out here on the log boom, and the I-90 floating bridge sits out there and moves up and down, and you get these big long swells and rollers. Even without much wind, it can still get pretty rough. So this is a rough water course, one of the roughest courses that we race on, and people don't realize how lumpy and bumpy it can be out here. But take a look sometime and look at the buoys and look at the boats that are out there and see how much they're moving. And it's those big long swells that can get you in trouble as a hydroplane driver.
As an announcer who's been at this a long time and never been behind the wheel of a boat like this, do we overstate the importance to you guys as drivers of winning in your hometown on Lake Washington, or do we overstate just how big this Gold Cup is and what it means to win it, or is it really is that special to you guys?
It really is that special, and I don't think it's possible to overstate that. A lot of the teams are based here in Seattle or in the state of Washington, in the area here. So yeah, it's a big deal when you're racing on hometown water. You want to do the best you can in front of friends and family and all that sort of thing, and you want to win the races that are hometown. The Gold Cup itself, no matter where it's run, is again the premier race of our circuit. It's the one that everybody works for. It's the one that every team looks to win, and you always look very forward to being able to say we won the oldest perpetual trophy in the history of motorsports, and that's just special in itself.
It's the 2023 HomeStreet Bank Cup, APBA Gold Cup, and Boeing Air Show in Seattle on Lake Washington. I'm Brad Luce. He's John Walters. We'll step away from the microphone. As soon as we get another boat out on the water, we'll come back. But enjoy it, Seattle. It is our premier summer festival. It is Seafair.
I think we got another one. Huh?
Seafair would like to thank the Boeing Airplane Company. Boeing has been a Seafair sponsor since the first festival almost 75 years ago. Boeing has more employees in Washington State than anywhere else in the world. Thank you, Boeing, for bringing us today's air show. Seafair would also like to thank Barnhart Cranes. Barnhart Crane is one of the largest heavy lift and heavy transport organizations in the United States with over 50 years of service to our community and customers. Barnhart prides itself on providing innovative solutions for its customers' needs. Seafair says thank you to Barnhart Cranes. And hydro fans, would you like to get into the hydro pits and get up close to the hydroplanes themselves? Purchase a pit pass at the Pit Pass booth at the entrance of the pits on Lake Washington Boulevard. You'll be able to get up close and personal to the hydros, the drivers, the teams, and if you've never been in the pit area, I highly suggest you do so. Purchase a pit pass at the Pit Pass booth just outside the main entrance to the Stan Sayers Memorial Pit Area. Out on the water right now is one of our vintage hydroplanes that is here this weekend. The 1973 Pay and Pack is on the water. I can honestly say from a fan's perspective, and I think there's going to be a lot of fans here that maybe agree with me on it, this was one of their favorite boats back in the day. It certainly was one of mine. For those of you who may be new to the sport of unlimited hydroplane, not only is that what the sport used to look like in the early 1970s, that's also what it sounded like as World War II airplane engines, specifically the Rolls Merlin and the Allison, were the engine of choice. They were open stacked and they were loud, thus the name Thunderboat. That's where it came from. This particular boat was more evolutionary perhaps than it was revolutionary. The boat was made of a new material, hexyl honeycomb aluminum. It was very light. It featured a very wide afterplane, and then of course there was that horizontal stabilizer on the back of this particular hydroplane. It was the first boat to do so in the unlimited class. As the Pay and Pack slows down, it comes across the start-finish line. I believe it is Danny High who is behind the wheel of this particular boat. Dave Herensberger was the owner. Mickey Raymond, George Henley were the drivers of this particular boat. It was a two-time Gold Cup champion in 1974, 1975. This was the state-of-the-art in the early 1970s. The Pay and Pack, driven this weekend by Danny High. Race fans, the size of the HomeStreet Bank Cup and the thousands of people in attendance make it impossible for us to make announcements of a personal nature. For your safety and convenience, if you become lost or separated from the people you came with to the HomeStreet Bank Cup and the APBA Gold Cup, please contact any uniformed police officer, security personnel, or medical station for assistance. And take just a moment right now, perhaps, to get together and plan a place and time to meet should you become separated. Personal announcements on the public address system are limited to only those of a medical emergency. Thank you for your help and enjoy the HomeStreet Bank Cup and the APBA Gold Cup at Seafair. Seafair would also like to thank HomeStreet Bank. HomeStreet Bank is your local community bank offering high-touch, personal service to families and local businesses. Stop into a branch next week to visit with a friendly banker and find out why there's no place like HomeStreet. Thank you, HomeStreet Bank. A special thank you also from Seafair to NetTech. Most organizations struggle to find effective IT solutions. NetTech has created an IT subscription program that includes the hardware, software, security, and support so employees can focus on their work and owners can sleep at night. Thank you, NetTech, from all of us at Seafair. Back on the start-finish line here at the Ted Jones Racecourse on Lake Washington. Brad Luce here looking north up toward a gorgeous Mount Baker hanging over the I-90 floating bridge. We have the U91 at the top end of the racecourse. This is the Goodman Real Estate. It is driven by Andrew Tate out of Canton, Michigan. Andrew came out earlier this morning, didn't run terribly fast, although he did have a lap at 147 miles per hour. He comes out here now by himself, and the water conditions appear to be absolutely ideal as he rolls into the lower end of the racecourse. You'll also see joining him on the racecourse is the other boat from the racing stable of Miss Madison Racing Incorporated. That would be the U1, the Miss HomeStreet, with rookie Dylan Runney behind the wheel, but no rookie up the backstretch as Andrew Tate puts the hammer down on the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. Andrew driving the third winningest hull in the history of H1 Unlimited Racing. The hull has claimed 25 victories, including 4 APBA Gold Cups and 8 National High Points Championships. Andrew Tate would love nothing more than to add another Gold Cup win to the resume for this very historic hydroplane. Andrew Tate was away from the H1 Unlimited driving ranks in 2022. In 2021, he drove the U12, the Graham Trucking, for Rob Graham. The last race they entered was in the Tri-Cities, when unfortunately in the final heat they suffered extensive damage when they threw a blade off the propeller. But Andrew returns for 2023, driving for the fine folks of Madison, Indiana, in the U91. They've had a bit of an up and down season this year. The boat looked very, very good in Guntersville, Alabama during our race for the Southern Cup. And they were certainly a boat to be considered come final heat time, but unfortunately the boat got away from Andrew. The boat flipped entering the first turn in the final heat, landed upside down, was subsequently impacted by Dustin Eccles in the Bucket List Racing U40, suffering extensive damage to the electronics and the steering on that boat, causing the Goodman Real Estate, the U91, to miss the event the week later in Madison, Indiana on home waters. That was a tough break for Andrew Tate. The boat came back last week in the Tri-Cities, and although Andrew unfortunately jumped the start in the final heat, he put on a 5-lap deck-to-deck battle with Corey Peabody in the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. This boat is definitely a player in the 2023 HomeStreet Bank Cup and APBA Gold Cup. Up the backstretch, as I said, is the other boat from Madison, Indiana. That is the defending National High Points champion, the U1, the Miss HomeStreet, rookie Dylan Runney behind the wheel. And Dylan just getting more and more and more seat time in this one as he passes his teammate Andrew Tate and comes across start-finish line. We've got a clock on him. We'll see what kind of speeds they are posting. Again, this is only a test session, so these speeds will not be recorded for qualification purposes. We will get to that a little bit later on this morning, and then it will get even more serious. Actually, Andrew Tate came out. I'm getting some of his speeds now. His second lap was the fastest we have seen so far out here this morning. He had a lap of 150.533 miles per hour. His first lap was 150.288, so 150.5 was the quick lap for Andrew Tate. That's the fastest lap we've seen so far out here this morning. Teammate Dylan Runney now has the race course to himself. He has a quick lap so far of 148.453 miles per hour for Dylan Runney. See if Dylan doesn't do a timing run here. This is the first time he has been on Lake Washington, so this is a new course for the young man out of Rumson, New Jersey. We talk about a timing run, which is what he is doing, and the reason he will do that for our fans that are new to H1 Unlimited Racing, our racing program, our races are all run on a clock start, and the idea is to put your boat at the start-finish line where Dylan Runney is right about now. Put your boat right on that line. When the countdown clock strikes 0, make sure you've got open water and a lot of boat speed, and you will be in good shape as you enter turn 1 during our competition. Get your boat across that start-finish line a tick before the clock strikes 0. You incur the wrath of the officials and are charged with running an extra lap, and that will pretty much pull you out of the competition effectively. Seafair would like to thank Anheuser-Busch. Cutwater brings the bar where you are. Bar quality cocktails in a can, so now you can enjoy cocktails from the slopes to the beach. Anheuser-Busch and Cutwater, thank you for your support of Seafair. Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. And again, thank you from Seafair to Anheuser-Busch. We are talking about the activity on the water, but we'd like to take this opportunity to talk about the air show that will be coming up later on today. I just ran into my good friend Mark Christopher. He will be bringing you all the action as it takes place over the water here at Seafair. And today's air show is made possible by Boeing, the company that helps enable all humanity to take flight. Join Boeing's manufacturing team. You'll earn best-in-class benefits, and your ambition will have plenty of room to grow. You can apply right now at boeing.com/SeattleJobs. That's www.boeing.com/SeattleJobs. Best-in-class benefits, and your ambition will have plenty of room to grow. Thank you to the Boeing Airplane Company. We've been talking about HomeStreet Bank, the HomeStreet Bank Cup, and the APBA Gold Cup. It is the most prestigious trophy on the H1 Unlimited circuit. We'd like to give a shout out to Bill Cahill and Beacon Plumbing. Bill Cahill and his company stepped up to ensure that the Seattle Seafair would host the most prestigious trophy in all of powerboat racing, the APBA Gold Cup. It's been 38 years since we had the Gold Cup race on Lake Washington. Thank you, Beacon Plumbing, for making it happen. Bill Cahill greatly appreciated bringing the Gold Cup back to the Ted Jones Racecourse on Lake Washington. Taking a look at our schedule for the rest of the day. On my watch, we are right now just after 10 o'clock, 10:02 on my watch here. We have H1 testing until 10:30. We can also run our vintage hydroplanes during this same time if the water is open. That will go until 10:30, I believe, as well. We've already had one of our vintage boats out on the water. That was the 1973 Pan Pac with Danny High behind the wheel. Coming up at 10:30 will be our J Hydro Heat 1. If you've never seen our J Hydros run down off the pit area on the south side of what used to be called Quillshaft Lagoon or the Stan Sayers Memorial Pit area, and you're down that way, don't leave. It is quite a show. These are young kids that can begin driving at age 9, and this is the entry-level hydroplane. They are outboard hydroplanes, and you will have a bunch of them in the water. They are painted up and named similar to our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes, so you'll see boats that replicate as best they can our current fleet of H1 Unlimited hydroplanes, but you will also have a fleet of young kids driving. Guys, gals, they will be there driving, and it is exciting, and oh, do they have fun. And when you're watching the boats and watching the kids drive these outboard hydros, Kim, as you've been down there with me, it's an awful lot of fun. Make sure you watch the parents, too, because they put on as good a show as the kids do when they're on the water. They are rooting the kids on. It's a lot of fun. J Hydros, they will come up with their first heat at 10:30. At 10:50, our vintage hydroplanes will take back to the water. They will come out. We've got 4 of them. We will have them out on the water at 10:50. Then we're going to turn to the sky as the U.S. Army Golden Knights are going to perform for us. That will come up at 11:10 until approximately 11:45. The U.S. Army Golden Knights. We will turn the microphone over to Mark Christopher at that point. Then at 11:45, coming up in about an hour and 45 minutes from now, we will have H1 Unlimited qualifying. That's when the boats will come out on the water one at a time, and they will turn 3 laps, or let's put it this way, they will have the opportunity to turn 3 laps, and we will go qualifying. And because it is the APBA Gold Cup, qualifying will be a little bit different, but we will get into that as we get to 11:45. But that's coming up, and you won't want to miss that, because this is the first opportunity for our boats to come out on the water and actually earn points. For fans who maybe have not been here before or not seen an unlimited hydroplane race, everything builds to the final heat that comes up on Sunday afternoon. And until we get to that final heat, it is all about earning points to get into and on the front row of that final heat. The first opportunity to do that comes up at 11:45 when we go qualifying for H1 Unlimited. Until we get some more activity on the water, this is Brad Luce. We are live on the start-finish line tower on the Ted Jones Race Course on Lake Washington. We will step away and be back when we have activity on the water. back on the Ted Jones Racecourse here at the 2023 HomeStreet Bank Cup APBA Gold Cup and Boeing Air Show. Up the backstretch in front of the log boom go two of our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. We actually have two of our rookie drivers on the water. Coming off the top end of the racecourse first, Bobby King. Bobby King first stepped in an unlimited hydroplane 1 week ago in the Tri-Cities, and it was absolutely amazing. He stepped in the boat that hadn't been wet in 2 years. The boat responded. He responded quickly, got his laps in. He needed 15. He got those laps taken care of. Then we went racing. He had to start a couple of heats on the outside and behind the field. He did that. This is a fully qualified driver, Bobby King, driving the U12, the Graham Trucking. He's about halfway up the backstretch right now. And following him up the backstretch off the lower corner, you see young Gunnar O'Farrell driving, and I love this, the U60, the Beast Unleashed, presents the Miss Thriftway. And you've got to like the color scheme and the color graphics on that white boat at the top end of the racecourse. If that looks a lot like a Bill Munsey-driven machine back here in the early 60s, it should. It is the same scheme. Bobby King across the line of the Graham Trucking. Turned the first lap at 143 miles an hour. Gunnar coming down here a little bit harder, I think, this time than he did in his first test session. And when we refer to Gunnar O'Farrell, he's qualified in the sense that he has turned his requisite 15 laps. This kid's probably turned 40 laps in testing and so forth, but this is his first time at a race. He will be required to start on the outside behind the field for his first couple of heats. He is chomping at the bit to get out and do that. Been talking with him at the test sessions and so forth. Gunnar O'Farrell absolutely cannot wait. Bobby King comes across the line in the U12, the Graham Trucking. First lap for Gunnar there was 131 and change. He'll come down and put another one in the books. Good looking race boat. This is only the third race that this boat has ever entered. The boat's been around for a few years, but this is the first race that it has entered. This was a brand new hull, and I'm talking about the white one. The Beast Unleashed presents the Miss Thriftway. This is a hull that was brand new in 2019, but it did not race in 2021 or 2022. This was a hull that the O'Farrell family worked on literally for 10 years before they finally got it done and brought it out in 2019. So this is race number 3 for that hull, but it has done quite well in the 2 races that it ran prior. Bobby King comes across in, for those of you who follow this stuff real close, that is the former T6 Miss Budweiser. That being the red and black boat, the Graham Trucking and Bobby King. Gunnar has a lap now just a tick under 140 miles an hour, 139.6. The boat and Gunnar both are capable of much higher speeds than that. You'll see this boat run well. As the young man, Gunnar O'Farrell, they call him the gun dog. He loves to hunt. He is a delightful young man. I'm not too sure he enjoys the microphone or the camera very much. He and I have a running banter and a running joke about that, but he is a good young man. He's good for the sport. I love when these young drivers come in. They make a terrific impression as Gunnar's going to cut the course and probably return to the Stan Sayers pit area. So 4 rookies on our circuit this year. Not the first time that has happened. The last time was back in 2011 that we had 4 rookies. So Bobby King back to the pit area, and Gunnar O'Farrell returns to the pit area. Seafair would like to thank Lumen. Strap in for high-flying, blazing fast internet with quantum fiber internet. Get symmetrical speeds up to 8 gigs at a great price. Learn more at Q, just the letter Q.com. Lumen, thank you from Seafair. Seafair would also like to thank Tulalip. When all you want is everything, immerse yourself in Washington's premier gaming destination with AAA 4-diamond accommodations, a full-service spa, top-notch entertainment, and award-winning restaurants. Tulalip Resort Casino, thank you from Seafair. And race fans, make sure to stop by the Seafair souvenir booth to get a new Blue Angels shirt or a Seafair raceboat shirt to show your loyalty to Seattle's favorite tradition. You can also find skipper pins, hats, and lots more to remember this wonderful weekend put on by Seafair. Your Seafair merchandise, it is on sale now. And as I like to say, if you're into T-shirts, the only T-shirt they run out of first, it's your size. Get down there and get it now while they still have everything available. The Seafair merchandise booth just outside the pit area in Genesee Park. We will step away from the broadcast. We will come back on with more excitement when it is on the water. Looking at the clock, we are at 10:20 in the afternoon. We have vintage hydroplanes coming up at 10:50, but right now our course for H1 Unlimited testing is open for another 12 minutes. We will be back. Action on the water.
The 1953 Gold Cup got off to a bad start for the slow motion team. Mo 5 lost a propeller during a qualification attempt, tearing out a large section of the bottom. Damage was severe enough that the hull had to be withdrawn from the competition. Heat 1 saw Joe Taggart and the 4 lead the field across the line, followed by that fleet from Detroit. Joe Taggart has slow motion 4 well out in front. George Simon's Miss US and Gale 2 chase the slow motion. Bill Cantrell pushes the Such Crust 5 into second place. Such Crust 3, with twin Allison engines, rumbles along in third. Taggart and the slow motion win easily, never being headed in Heat 1. Joe Taggart heads back to the pit. Heat 2 starts, and Joe Taggart has turned slow motion 4's cockpit over to Lou Fagel. Fagel is the last across the line, following Such Crust 5, Miss US, and Gale 2. Never one to be down for long. Lou Fagel has the slow-mo 4 up in front by the end of lap 1. Gale 2 follows in second. And the big Such Crust 3 is in third place. Lou Fagel and the slow-mo 4 win Heat 2 with ease. Bill Cantrell and Such Crust 5 lead the field across the line. Slow-mo 4 is in second, with Such Crust 3 and Gale 2 in third and fourth. But the Such Crust lead is short-lived. Slow motion 4 and Gale 2 passed her coming out of the south turn. Slow motion is all alone by the end of lap 1. Gale 2 won't give up. Young Lee Shaneth pulls to within 8 seconds of slow motion. Such Crust 3 is holding down third place. Slow-mo 4 running flawlessly wins the race with 3 straight heat victories. The Gale is second. And Such Crust takes third. Joe Taggart and Slow-Mo 4 pull up to the barge to celebrate their victory. There he is, the Gold Cup champion, Joe Taggart, posing for press photographs. Sayers' pleasure craft, the Seaflow, brings the rest of the Slow-Mo crew up to the dock to join in the celebration. Joe Taggart and Lou Fagel pose for joint photographs on the bow of the Slow Motion 4. A jubilant crew gives Joe Taggart a traditional victory dunking. Taggart and Fagel, still wet from the dunking, join Sayers and the crew on the victory stand. Hydro fever continued to spread in Seattle, and each race drew bigger crowds than the last. Over 350,000 fans lined the course for the 1954 Gold Cup. From across the lake, the start of Heat 1 was a spectacular sight, but there was bad news. Slow Motion 4 and Gale 5 had jumped the gun. They would both have to run an extra lap. Moving out of the first turn, Lou Fagel has the Rolls Merlin-powered Slow-Mo 5 out in front. Slow-Mo 4 runs in second, followed by Gale 4 and Gale 5. What Happened 2, the former Gale 2, follows in last place. By the end of lap 1, it's a race between Slow-Mo 4 and 5, with the 5 holding the inside lane and the lead. Bouncing through the south turn on Lake Washington together, the Slow-Mos make a beautiful sight. The 4 drops out in the 6th lap, but the smooth-running 5 wins the heat. Dora My Sweetie, one of Horace Dodge's last step hydros, was towed back to the pits after suffering a small fire. On the beach, fans picnicked and waited for the start of Heat 2. These rare home movies show the boats forming up at the north end of the course, when the Gale 4 veers suddenly to the left, makes a slow circle, and heads right at the beach. Astonished partygoers on the shore are unsure what to do as Wild Bill Cantrell climbs from his beach racing boat. Bill Cantrell is given the name Rosebud after this incident. Slow Motion 5 grabs the lead early as the boat races through the first turn. Miss Cadillac, the former Miss Great Lakes, swings wide in last place. Slow-Mo 4 and 5 continue to put on a spectacular show until Slow-Mo 4's usually reliable Allison falters on the 7th lap. Slow-Mo 5 wins handily, and the 4 is dropped to 3rd place. The final of the day is a virtual repeat of Heat 2. The Slow-Mos run side by side for the entire heat, and the 5 wins the race with a perfect sweep and with a Rolls-Royce Merlin engine. Back on the beach, a seaplane tender carefully lifts the stranded Gale 4 out of the Rose Garden and carries her back to the pits. Surprisingly, damage to the hull was minor, but Cantrell was no doubt on the receiving end of many jokes from fellow drivers. The huge spectator fleet of over 2,500 boats head happily for home after watching the hometown team win their 5th Gold Cup in a row, a feat that had never before been achieved.
Race fans, looking at our schedule, we are coming up on 10:50 this morning. And at 10:50, we are scheduled to have our vintage hydroplanes on the race course. I mentioned earlier we have 4 of them in the pit area. From my vantage point here, looking down toward the Stan Sayers Memorial Pits, it appears we have, I think, 3 of them in the water. We have 4. Hopefully we will get all 4 boats out on the water. Meanwhile, our J-Stock Hydros have been running on the south side of the Stan Sayers Memorial Park. They will be completing, I believe, their last heat of competition. Then we'll get our vintage boats on the water. Then at 11:10, it is our U.S. Army Golden Knights to 11:45. They will go 11:10 to 11:45 with their demonstration team. And then at 11:45 to 1:05, we will go H1 Unlimited qualifying. Lots still ahead here on day 1 of 3 of the HomeStreet Bank Cup and APBA Gold Cup, coupled with the Boeing Air Show here at the 2023 Seattle Seafair. Seafair would like to take this opportunity to thank Alaska Airlines. Alaska Airlines prides itself on the genuine, caring service they provide traveling families. From the parent-friendly loyalty policies that allow new parents to pause their elite status to never charging to seat children with their parents. Caring for families is just what they do at Alaska Airlines. Thank you from Seafair. Seafair would also like to thank Bell Harbor. Greetings, Seafair. Be sure to visit Bell Harbor at our booth near the Genesee Park area to learn more about our new senior living campus coming soon to Bellevue. Ask about our distinctive assisted living and memory care communities and how you can receive $10,000 by joining our Founders Club. Bell Harbor, thank you from Seafair. Seafair would also like to thank Oberto. Oberto is proud to again be the official meat snack of Seafair. Whether on the shore or on the water for over 40 years, Oberto has been synonymous with Seafair. Oberto, it's how Seattle snacks since 1918. Oberto, thank you from Seafair. And speaking of Oberto and speaking of food, race fans, if you're feeling hungry, you are in the right place. In Genesee Park and throughout Seafair weekend, you'll find endless tasty options. And while you're out in the park, be sure to visit the wide variety of displays, sampling, and vendors. Food display and vendors, they are in Genesee Park. Pay them a visit. And if you're a foodie, you'll find plenty to eat. Race fans, if you turn your eyes toward the Stan Sayers pit area and subsequent to that out toward the Ted Jones Racecourse here on beautiful Lake Washington, you're going to see a flashback to our past. We have 4 vintage hydroplanes taking to the water. For our new fans, this is what the sport looked like, and as I said earlier this morning, this is what the sport sounded like back in the 70s and the 80s. It was a very, very different sport back in the day, but at the same time, it was very much the same sport it is today. We've got 3 of our boats out on the water. We will talk about each one of them. But for those of us on the shoreline and watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel at home or wherever you may be, if you are of a certain vintage, translation, if you are of a certain age, this takes you back to your past and it takes you back to very, very fond memories. We are still awaiting the arrival of the 1977 Atlas Van Lines, the boat that was driven by legendary Bill Muncie, and here comes the AVL. It comes away from the dock. So you've got 3 boats running together up the backstretch, the 4th just now coming out of the pit area. That is the 1977 Atlas Van Lines that Bill Muncie drove and drove so very well in the late 70s. You also have out there the 1980 Miss Budweiser. The boat is powered by the extremely powerful and loud Rolls-Royce Griffin engine. It is a replacement hull for the 1979 Miss Budweiser, which looked almost identical to that one, but it was destroyed on Lake Washington in October of 1979 when they tried to set the world straightaway speed record off the old Sandpoint Naval Air Station. Dean Chenoweth was behind the wheel, a speed estimated at near 220 miles an hour. When they hit something in the water, the boat went skyward. Dean Chenoweth remarkably survived that incident and came back to drive again the following year in 1980. This is the boat that replaced the one that was destroyed in that world record attempt. Our 4 boats are getting together here at the top of the racecourse. That is the Griffin Budweiser, a boat that was nicknamed the Juggernaut. That is the boat that will be on the outside as they come down, and as those of us like to do of a certain age, we love this sound, we love this roar, and what we always like to say is we'll get off the microphone and just listen to the sound of yesteryear. Executive Director of the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum, David Williams, is behind the wheel of the Budweiser on the outside. Now, the boat running in lane number 3 was the last one to come out on the racecourse. It is the 1977 Atlas Van Lines, driven by maybe the greatest hydro personality and maybe the greatest hydro driver of all time, Mr. Bill Muncie. That is the beautiful blue and white hydroplane that's leading the field up the backstretch right now in lane number 3. Bill drove this boat and drove it so very, very well, and almost immediately when the boat began on the circuit in 1977, it earned a moniker and a nickname that would stick with it forever, and it sticks still to this day. It was referred to as the Blue Blaster. That is the boat that is in lane number 3, just inside the Griffin Bud. Budweiser in 1, Atlas Van Lines Budweiser on the outside, Atlas Van Lines in lane number 3. You've got the 79 Squire Shop in lane 2, the 1973 Pan Pack in lane 1. Our 2013 Gold Cup champion Kip Brown is behind the wheel of the Atlas Van Lines. I mentioned in lane number 2, you have the 1979 Squire Shop. This boat claimed the 1979 Golden Spike Regatta in Ogden, Utah, with a young man by the name of Chip Hanauer behind the wheel. There are a few different drivers who will be behind the wheel of that one this weekend, but I believe the Squire Shop this morning is being driven by John Watkins from the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum. Those may remember this, but in late summer 1981, the Squire Shop was out here on Lake Washington with Chip Hanauer behind the wheel. They were preparing for the World Championship race in Acapulco, Mexico, when Chip Hanauer flipped the boat on what would be roughly the front straightaway here in Seattle. And the boat was pretty much destroyed, and they ended up leasing a similar hull, the old Circus, to race in Acapulco. Lane 2, the Squire Shop, John Watkins behind the wheel. So as the boats go down to the lower end of the race course, the boat on the inside is the 1973 Pan Pac. That is the only boat that we do not refer to that's out there on the water that we do not refer to as a cab-over design. Cab-over being where the driver sits in front of the engine. You will see the driver, Danny High, out there now sitting behind the engine in that 1973 version of our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. It is the oldest of the boats that's out there on the water. I get to tell my favorite Pan Pac story. When this boat hit the water, it's almost hard to quantify just how dominant this boat was. The first race for this boat in 1973 was down in Miami, Florida, at the famous Miami Marine Stadium. The course record down there in qualifying was 112 miles an hour, and it was held by Bill Muncie in the Atlas Van Lines. Muncie went out and qualified for that 1973 regatta and was basically equal to his course record at 112. They put the Pan Pac in the water, and the first lap was just short of 120 miles per hour. I think I've said it a few times that those of us of a certain vintage get kind of excited at that sign. I'm looking down here. Andy Muntz, that's pretty good stuff when they rumble by like that. It makes the hair stand up on your arm. It's just something that it was put into us as young children, and as we were growing up and become adolescents, that's what we grew up with. And thanks to all of the hardworking people at the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum who dedicate their time, their effort, their money to bring these boats back to life. And talking with David Williams, the executive director of the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum, they made a conscious decision many, many years ago that they were going to restore these boats, and when they did it, the plan all along was to restore them to a running condition. And that means having motors, having full-time crews that work on these boats, and basically run the operation of each individual boat and team as if it were in current day H1 Unlimited. And that's how they are run and operated. But the fact that they can put these boats on the water, and like David Williams likes to say, bring the show to you, the fans, is something truly special, and that was a very good run. The boats are no longer together. They have kind of separated themselves a bit. I suspect they will find their way back to the pit area, the Stan Sayers Park. But we will be running our vintage H1 Unlimiteds a number of times the rest of the weekend. Watkins giving a little wave from the seat, and that's something we don't get to do with the current day boats under canopies, but it's nice that the drivers can actually interact a little bit with the fans. There's Kip. Kip's waving aboard the 1977 Atlas van lines. Denny High will come back in the 73 Van Pack, and then David Williams himself, the massive Griffin-powered Miss Budweiser. Great show. We're going to do it again. Those watching online getting a great close-up look there of the Pan Pack, and Danny High brings it back to the stands there in the Memorial Pet area. There's just that distinctive rumble to the Rolls-Royce Griffin. Seafair would like to thank HomeStreet Bank. HomeStreet Bank is your local community bank offering high-touch, personal service to families and local businesses. Stop into a branch next week to visit with a friendly banker and find out why there's no place like HomeStreet. Seafair would also like to thank the Freedom Boat Club. The Freedom Boat Club. Live the boating lifestyle without owning a boat. The Freedom Boat Club.
3, 2, 1. Mark, green flags on the course, 5 minutes. Green flags on the course, please.
All right, fans, that's your 5-minute gun. Now it's time to go racing. Here's who will be racing for the Winners Take All Championship Heat presented by Seafair and Albert Lee Appliance. Jimmy Shane in the HomeStreet boat. Andrew Tate in the Les Schwab. Brian Perkins in the Payne West Insurance. Cal Phipps in the Alberto. Aaron Salmon in the Car Star. In the Reliable Diamond Tool, Tom Thompson. And our trailer boat, Jay Michael Kelly in the Graham Truck. Seafair thanks Albert Lee Appliance, proud sponsor of the Albert Lee Appliance Seafair Cup. To start the championship heat in a few minutes away.
21's cutting the course. 21's cutting the course.
You must get out of
Gonna come up on your inside.
Jones Race Course. Now it's time to get out on the water and enjoy the world's fastest boat. The championship heat is presented by Seafair and Albert Lee Appliance. Brad Luce, are you ready for this?
I am ready, Kay Brewer. Thank you very much. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to our start. I mentioned to you off microphone that I thought this start sequence might get a little bit messy. I think the message has been sent up and down the pit area. If you are going to beat Jimmy Shane, you're going to have to get inside of him. Right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats on the water. The Graham Trucking, the trailer boat, is sitting at the dock. They have not yet left the pit area. They're not trying to leave the pit area yet. So we have everybody on the front row up and running. 3:10 to the start. Here comes Tom Thompson down the front straightaway, and he is going to come all the way down here to the south turn. Trailing behind him now and coming down the front straightaway is Jimmy Shane, driving the HomeStreet. Look who's right behind him.
It looks to be Andrew Tate. We've seen this before. It's deja vu between Andrew Tate and the Les Schwab and Jimmy Shane in the HomeStreet. They're fighting for the big prize. They want to bring home the hardware, but look who's coming up behind him. Brian Perkins in the Payne West Insurance wants to come play with the boys.
So the three of them went all the way down to the lower end of the race course. Here comes Cal Phipps. Cal's going to run over to the other side. This could get a little messy. Cal's got to hurry and get over there.
The one's not contesting. You're going to come up on your outside. It's 2 rooster tails back. You're a good bit in front of them.
Up the backstretch. 2 minutes and 10 seconds until the start. The boats are spread out. Most of them are running up the backstretch. Look for Tom Thompson to hang a left-hand turn, and there he goes. Thompson will head over to the backstretch. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to the start.
Stay tucked in next to the 9.
But check out what's going on back here. We got Tom Thompson. He has got a whole other game plan, but these guys are starting to cluster up down in turn number 2. Aaron Salmon looks to be taking in on the inside. He cut the course. He's going to cut right.
We're early.
Who's in line at 2? You're all by yourself. You're all by yourself. The 11's coming inside, coming up on your inside.
From back to front, a legal maneuver. He's a little bit early here, but I think he can scruff off enough speed with 1 minute and 25 seconds. If he wants lane 1, I think he can have it, and with the exception of Cal Phipps. Cal's down here even earlier. So we are at 1 minute 15. We got a couple of boats down kind of early. Now watch what's going on here with Jimmy Shane and Andrew Tate. Tate is trailing Shane.
Go where you want to, scrub off some speed. You're 1 minute 5.
Go wide, zigzag. Mark, white flag on the course.
To what we saw in the Tri-Cities last week when it was Shane who came off the lower corner late and didn't have a place to park it. We're inside 1 minute, Kay Brewer. We're at 45 seconds. Bring him up the back chute.
It's going to be that rookie on the inside in the 99. Like you said, he's going to play a big factor on the tape between the Tate and Shane. But we're going to see if he sticks it out on the inside or if he decides to roll on the outside. But it's going to be fun. Look at the two boats.
Chris, that's a penalty on the Alberto. There's no freaking way that's 80 miles an hour.
But he must stay above 80 miles per hour. Brad, bring him around to the start. Here we go.
20 seconds, and those two boats up there coming off the corner. That's Cal Phipps in 1, Tom Thompson in 2. They are definitely a little bit early. They're not going to be able to get on the throttle as fast as the other guys. We are at 10 seconds as we start counting down to our start. We are 6, 5,
More inside.
Albert Lee Appliance coming Seafair, and it is Andrew Tate. He's going to get down here first, but he's running in lead number 4K.
Hey, he's got a lot of boats on his inside, but Brad Lewis, he was flying across that start finish.
Dig, buddy, dig. Come on.
3 wide coming down the backstretch. You've got Andrew Tate, who went into that turn with a big lead, but all of a sudden,
Got 3 inside you.
HomeStreet boat come out from nowhere. We got
It's a good start.
second. We got a race for 3rd and 4th. Brad Lewis, bring him into turn number 2.
The start is good. This is the first time we've been able to see anybody.
Up, we're over.
And we have had a big crash in the back of the pack.
I believe that was Cal Phipps.
Red flags.
It was Cal
Cal
Phipps.
Phipps in the Alberto beef jerky.
He was coming right in the door.
And the boats are being shut down.
He's right side up is what we are.
Yeah, he missed me, but by about 30 feet.
Personnel straight over to Cal. This is what they're here for. This is what we are trained for. But we're going to watch the rerun of this. It is Cal Phipps. Lid is up. That's indicating that he is okay.
Well,
that was quite an air show.
Yeah, we don't want to make any. He is climbing out of the boat.
What, me and Tommy hit coming down for the start, and then he got real aggressive coming into this turn.
May or may not be. The boat is right side up, and you are right, Kay. And we see some movement there in the cockpit. Oh my goodness, he went a long way up, and now he is climbing himself out of the boat.
All right, we're going to watch the rerun of this, and we're going to see what happened. We all got the little mini screen right up here. If I'm looking correctly, he got caught up in the Tom Thompson's rooster tail, and he went airborne.
Boy, he sure did.
Cal Phipps standing up on top of the boat. He looks to be doing
He
okay.
is standing on the deck.
Whew, Brad.
Oh boy, Kay. That's what we didn't want to see. That was setting up to be an incredible duel between the 2 young drivers, and there was Tom Thompson was in the mix. This was going to be a pretty good one. the drivers in our final heat. We have 5 that are slated to go. Shane, Tate, Perkins, Salmon, Kelly. Lids go down. 15 seconds to the 5-minute mark, and we are going to crown a champion at the 2018 Albert Lee.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark 5 minutes. Green.
And here we go. Once again, this is the rerun of the final. That was your 5-minute gun, and it's time to go racing. Who will be racing in the finals for the champion, presented by Seafair and Albert Lee Appliance? We're going to go through it one more time, Brad. One of the H1 is going to be HomeStreet, Jimmy Shane. In the 9, Les Schwab Jones Racing, Andrew Tate. In the 21 is going to be Payne West Insurance, driven by Brian Perkins. In the 99.9, CarStar KISW, our rookie, Aaron Salmon. And in the 12, Graham Trucking, Jay, Michael, Kelly, Brad Luce. We're going to bring them back out again, and they are out on the water, ready to go. And we want to say, as Seafair wants to say, thanks to Albert Lee Appliance, proud sponsor of the Albert Lee Appliance Seafair Cup. The start of the championship heat is just a few minutes away. Seafair reminds you that for the safety of you and the ones around you, everyone must be out of the water when the hydros are on the Ted Jones Racecourse. Now, it is time to get out on the water, enjoy some of the world's fastest drivers and the fastest boats as we come down to do the rerun of the championship heat presented by Seafair and Albert Lee Appliance.
Thank you very much, Kay Brewer. We are 3 minutes and 20 seconds, 3:20 until the start. We've already seen a couple of boats.
So the 80s, because those lights are very visible in this darkness.
Presents Payne West Insurance has done it. Here comes J. Michael Kelly. He appears as though he's going to come all the way down, and he is. So Kelly's going to come all the way down to the bottom end of the course. Here come those two characters again. Here comes Andrew Tate and Jimmy Shane. Shane is just on the inside and back a couple of boat lengths. If Shane wanted to leave him, he could do it right now and make a hard left-hand turn, but he's not going to. Both of them are going to come all the way down. Now, here comes Brian Perkins. He has cut the course once before. You want to cut it now, Brian, you could jump in front of those two guys, but he's not going to do it. He's going to come all the way down. But Kay Brewer, we've still got a lot of time left. 2:35 until our start.
And it looks like our rookie of the year is coming down the front stretch, but check out the cut that J. Michael Kelly, he's going on the inside of the course. He's going to make a quick donut, and he's going to come right up next to Andrew Tate and Jimmy Shane. Oh, no, he's going to maybe go straight. We're going to have to watch, and he makes the turn right now. He is going to come flying right up, and he's going to catch up with these guys. We're going to have 4 or 5 boats coming down to the start-finish line. We are into the 2 minutes to the start.
Watch this up at the top end of the course. You got Tate and Shane all the way up there along with Perkins. I think Kelly is thinking about cutting across the course, but I think he's too early. And here he comes. He's going to come over and jump himself into lane 1. Now he's going to have to scruff off some speed. Here come those two guys off the top.
Okay, he's really early. He's really early. Watch 80. He's way early. Watch 80.
Has put the U12 Graham Trucking on the inside lane. Sitting in lane 2 right now is Jimmy Shane in the HomeStreet. Then it is Andrew Tate in the Les Schwab. In lane 4, it is Brian Perkins in the Darrell Strong, presents Payne West Insurance. And on the outside, it is the rookie Aaron Salmon.
He's got a warning, you don't.
He can't go below 80 miles an hour, but he's got 1:15 still to kill.
Brad, look how close Tate and Shane are going into turn number 2.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. White flags on the course, please. White flag.
He was going to have to incur a penalty for going too slow. He's got to run hard now. Come on, Mike. You're going to be on the outside. He's going to come down here now, cut the race course again. Put a big circle in it, Mike. There he goes. Now pull up alongside everybody on the outside. It was a gamble. He took it. It didn't work. He's going to be there. He's going to be on time. He's just going to be on the outside. 35 seconds to the start. 35 to our start. So now Oh boy, have they got their hands full now. Jimmy Shane sitting in 1, Tate sitting in 2, Perkins sitting in 3. We'll see if they lead. Oh, and
Warning on the 9. Penalty on the 1. Warning on the 9.
Michael is down at the entrance pin of the corner. Meanwhile, we're coming up on 10 seconds. These guys are early. Coming up, we're going to get the count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
Mark.
Apply at Seafair Cup, and Jimmy Shane has got the jump on the field. Shane has got the jump on the field, and he's in lane 1. Kelly is back up and running, but he's way behind. I don't know if Tate can run him down from there. That's a tall order, Andrew.
Everybody else is going the same speed.
Nick, don't put the boat at risk. We have a 1-minute penalty. You got to beat the 9 because we're going to fight this. You got to beat the 9. You're a tail and a half ahead. Tail and a half ahead.
So Jimmy Shane coming into turn number 2 throws that rooster tail up as he comes around and collects the first of 3 laps to complete our final. Jimmy Shane is your leader. Brad Luce, bring him across.
Here comes Jimmy Shane to put lap 1 in the books. Remember, we go 5. This is our final.
Got just a rooster tail off, just a hair more. Just watch the lights, keep it on the water, away from the buoys. Don't worry about Jimmy, he's done.
Shane, but unfortunately, he was not near the start that he had in the first one, and he's trailing by a rooster tail. Then it is the Darrell Strong presents Payne West Insurance, and we are getting word of a potential penalty on the 1. We'll monitor the radios. Right now, we're going to call him on the water until we get something official. Look at J. Michael Kelly. He is going to try and pull himself into 4th place, Kay, up the backstretch.
He has a lot of time to make up for, but he's coming in on the inside of the rookie, Aaron Salmon. But look at Jimmy Shane out there in the HomeStreet boat. He is stretching his lead out every single lap against Andrew Tate. These
2.5 rooster tails on him. Nice and easy, nice and easy.
race of the season at Guntersville, but with this brand new HomeStreet boat, he is making a statement.
Yeah, and Tate's made up a little bit of ground here, and we have seen this before. We've seen these two guys go at it, and we have seen Tate a year ago. He ran down Jimmy Shane. We have a 1-minute penalty on the 1, the HomeStreet. Your leader is Andrew Tate.
And J. Michael Kelly's going into turn number 1, took a huge hop as he passed by Aaron Salmon. He has just been told, I'm sure by his radio personnel, that that 1 has got a penalty. He is looking at a 3rd place position, but he's not satisfied with that. He wants to go after the 2nd. Watch the rooster tail on that Graham trucking. It is all over the place. J. Michael Kelly is flying that boat to extremes.
Down the front straightaway, Jimmy Shane on the inside. He's got about 5 boat lengths on Andrew Tate. He appears to be your leader, but he is not. We have word of a 1-minute penalty. Here comes Tate. He is going to come down, and the two are going to be side by side as they come down. Tate picked up the left sponson, sets it back down as he comes into the corner. The race is going to be back here. It is Brian Perkins still running well in 3rd place, but J. Michael Kelly is sniffing that 2nd place as we are on lap number 4 up the backstretch. Whatever penalty we have a word of, Kay, I'm sure the drivers have it as well.
Yes.
He's charging hard. He's got the boots on. Take him wide. Go wide. Go wide.
Tate is starting to walk around Jimmy Shane, but check out J. Michael Kelly and Brian Perkins fighting it out for what could be 2nd and 3rd place position. They are going into turn number 2. Brian Perkins is sitting in a 2nd place because of the penalty put onto the HomeStreet boat. Here comes Andrew Tate as he's dancing across the water. He has almost got there. White flag is out. 1 lap to go.
1 lap to go. Shane's got the lead on the water, but he doesn't really have it. It is Tate. He's about 4 lengths back. Here comes your race, Graham trucking people. J. Michael Kelly is going to pull up alongside Brian Perkins. Kelly is going to run for 2nd place. Up the backstretch, our leader is still sitting outside the HomeStreet. Take him up the backstretch, Kay.
Oh my goodness, with 5 boats out here, this water is getting rougher by the minute. But we only have a half a lap to go before we will see that checkered flag coming out.
There goes Kelly. He has gone by him.
And And the crowd is just going
Top end
crazy.
of the race course. Here comes Andrew Tate. It looks like you're going to give a checkered flag to Jimmy Shane. He's going to see a checker, but it really belongs to Andrew Tate, the winner of the 2018 Albert Lee Appliance Cup at Seafair. Now, here comes the race for second. Kelly on the outside, Perkins on the inside. J. Michael Kelly will come home in second place. What a run for that.
Sometimes you meet your enemies, and sometimes they meet themselves.
Go to Brian Perkins, and coming up.
I get the penalty and he can. We went the same speed.
Of fourth place. We'll have to check the 1 minute penalty, but I don't think it has been a minute. I think Salmon will take fourth, and the U1 HomeStreet will take fifth. We'll wait until we get it officially.
Like
Unofficially,
said,
here is your order.
There you go. There's your unofficial order right there. Give it to us, Brad.
Unofficial order, U9, Les Schwab Tire with Andrew Tate. Second place, U12, Graham Trucking, J. Michael Kelly. Third place, the 21, Darrell Strong presents
So back on the start-finish line tower here at Lake Washington and the 2-mile Ted Jones race course for the 2023 HomeStreet Bank Cup and APBA Gold Cup. Brad Luce along with John Walters on the start-finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go qualifying. Our first boat on the water is the Beast Unleashed presents Miss Thriftway, the U60. Rookie Gunnar O'Farrell, he will come down across start-finish line right now and go on the clock and try and become our first boat to qualify for this weekend's racing. John Walters, now it starts to get a little bit more serious. We had testing this morning, and as I was explaining to some of our new fans, everything we do this weekend builds toward that final heat, and you get on the front row in that final heat by garnering enough points to be on that front row. The top 6 point getters will be there. This is the first opportunity to earn points.
And it's the first opportunity to be able to learn a little more about the race boat. And Gunnar's got a lot to learn because he's a rookie. This is his got very few laps in, and so he's going to go through a very steep learning curve here as things go on. But Gunnar, that entire O'Farrell family is working really hard to put this boat on the water. He's got great water conditions right now. The air temperature is good. Good luck, Gunnar.
We'll see how this goes for the young man. This is the first time trying to qualify the boat, and things are a little different here because it is the APBA Gold Cup. Usually the boats come out, the driver gets an opportunity to run 3 laps. We take the quickest of those 3 laps, and that becomes their qualifying speed. Little different this time around. It is the fastest consecutive 2-lap average becomes the qualifying speed. So it's the average of lap 1 and 2 or laps 2 and 3. They have to be consecutive, so a little bit different because it's the Gold Cup.
It's a little bit different, and the Gold Cup is a little bit different. In the early days, it was primarily endurance race. They ran 90-mile races, in times on a 5-mile race course, and there were always extra heats, extra laps, and it definitely was an endurance race. And, for time constraints, for television, for a lot of different reasons, we've had to modify, the rules a little bit in order to, get everything in over a weekend. But it's still, the most prestigious race of the season. It's still the most prestigious race of the American Powerboat Association. And you're going to see these guys go with everything they've got to win it.
First lap for young Gunnar O'Farrell, 143.155. His second lap was 144.816. So they will calculate that 2-lap average. And now he'll come down and put number 3 in the books. And just like that, John Walters, we have our first boat officially qualified for the 2023 APBA Gold Cup. But we have to remind our fans, this is all, the speeds are official, but it's still an unofficial qualification attempt until such time as they go through tech inspection.
That's correct. And at this point in time, unofficially, Gunner is officially qualified for the 113th running of the APBA Gold Cup. However, even though these are unlimited hydroplanes, it turns out the only thing that's unlimited these days is the amount of money you can spend or the number of mistakes you can make. But,
however,
there are indeed some rules. The car will get pulled out of the data acquisition box, go through stuff, and run it through its paces, take a look, and you have to maintain a fuel flow of under 4.2 gallons per minute. You got to be in the 10% of the manufacturer, or under 10% which is the engine speed. Got another challenge ahead of them, but I think they'll be fine.
I think they will do fine as well. Gunner just keeps answering the bell each time. That last lap, John, 146.335. So our crackerjack mathematics team here, that's you, the crackerjack mathematics team here will figure out the average between lap 2 and lap 3. Going to be somewhere in the 145 range. I think I'm kidding, Kim. I think we're going to get it on the screen here momentarily. But meanwhile, she's hard at work, John.
She is. She's got those fingers going on that calculator, and she's going almost as fast as
So just taking a look here, I think they've got to be pretty happy with that. The fastest lap that Gunner turned this morning in testing was 142. His quick lap there was 146. So stepping in the right direction, again, assuming everything is legal.
Yeah, they made some significant improvements, and the difference between that 143 and 146, or 142 and 146, there's a lot of time on the race course, and they'll get through that and make some changes here, make some adjustments. The biggest thing I think right now is just for Gunner to get some more seat time and get comfortable with it.
Yeah, we've got a pretty good story coming right now, unofficially, and that's not that I don't trust your math, Kim, but unofficially here we have a 2-lap average between lap 2 and lap 3 of 145.572. It's on the screen now. I think you might be the official scorekeeper right there, Kim. They may be reading that from you. So that is the official 2-lap average, 145.572. We'll see if the boat goes through tech inspection. But our story on the race course right now, John, is we've got young Brent Hall out on the water in the U440, the Boitano Homes, and he is trying to get qualified as an H1 Unlimited driver. Now, this would be a big story, and they have really struggled, this team, to get Brent qualified. They were hoping to get it done in Guntersville. It did not happen. They had some issues down there. They didn't go to Madison. In Tri-Cities last week, they were again plagued with gearbox problems. They're hoping they can get this done right here, right now on Lake Washington. Brent needs 5 more total laps, 4 of which have to be north of 130 miles an hour. And we're going to put Brent on the clock right now.
I truly hope that Brent can get it done here. He's just driven the wheels off this boat every time that he's been in it. I know that he desperately loves the sport, desperately wants to be an qualified unlimited hydroplane driver. He's working so hard to do that, and I know the guys on the beach, Kelly and Taylor and everybody over there, are working so hard to keep this boat going. They've just been, unfortunately cursed with mechanical problems here and there. And there's a real story, with this boat, that it was originally built as a Grand Prix boat, and so it's a little bit smaller than the other boats here. And as they've gotten faster, the boat has actually gone faster than the equipment is able to handle. So they're sorting through that as we go.
So he's going to come down off the top end. Looks pretty good to me. The boat looks as good as it has looked all year. He needs 5 total laps to get qualified as a driver. He can't do that during this qualification attempt. He can only run 3 laps, but he can get 3 of the 5, and then he can come out again and hopefully get the remainder necessary laps. He needs 5 total to qualify as a driver with 4 laps over 130. We're going to get that first lap speed right now. This will be very, very important as Brent comes. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, John. He turned that one at 129.863. He needs these next 4 laps over 130. He just needs a tick or two more. The same thing happened to him in Guntersville. His first 2 laps he turned on the boat on the clock were 129 and change. He got so close, but here comes Mr. Hall once again.
And we wish Brent the very best here. I know from a driver myself that they've had so much bad luck and been so close and had little issues and problems here and there that it's really difficult to relax in the boat and to just feel comfortable. And you know, that difference between being able to feel comfortable and relaxing can be, you know, that couple of tenths that he needs there. So looks like he's bumped it up a little bit on this lap, and best luck to you, Brent.
132.168 miles an hour. 132.168. So there's one north of a $130. Come on, Brent, turn another one right here.
He's actually running a pretty good line. I mean, it gets kind of rough up there by the floating bridge as the water comes back off of that bridge and all the cars and things moving over, set up some lumps and rollers right there. But the boat ride looks good. He's running a good line, and I think this will be another quick lap.
He will pull his foot out of it, and oh, how he would love to run 2 more hot laps here, but the rules now in qualifying, he has got to just run the 3, but they have to be very, very pleased. Look at this, John, 135.348, so there we go.
That's great.
2 laps above the magic 130 mile per hour mark, so he's going to get qualified, or the boat is going to get qualified. And then he's going to come out and just need a couple more laps north of 130.
And that should have been a real confidence builder for Brent. He went out, the boat started, it ran fine on the way back, and like I say, just the amount of seat time that he's got there to get comfortable and to feel what the boat's going on, and to get that step out of the way where the equipment now is qualified. He should be able to go out and knock down another couple of laps, be a qualified driver, and get himself in this Gold Cup.
Well, we've got kind of a running box score going here. Those are my crib notes down there, John. So with these big numbers that we're dealing with, and thank goodness we don't have to get to the second hand. I can do it all right here on one hand. He needed 5 more laps to qualify, and he needed 4 of them above the 130 mile an hour mark. Well, he got 3 of the laps done, so he only needs 2 more. But they both have to be up above 130. I think they'll put that boat in the trailer, go through everything as quick as they can, and come back out in the second attempt.
I think so too. Fortunately at this point, it's hard to tell from up here, but I didn't see anything that would indicate that they've got anything broken or any extra amount of work that needs to be done. This boat has a completely different set of rules and regulations as far as the tech truck is concerned, because they run the little brother to the Lycoming T55L7 that all the other Unlimiteds down there are running. They run the T53, which is out of Huey helicopters, the Vietnam-era helicopters, and a little less horsepower, but a much smaller, much lighter boat. So the power-to-weight ratio is equal to what the bigger boats with bigger engines are running, but that makes it more difficult for Brent to drive because the boat reacts so much more quickly, and it's more difficult to drive because of the fact that it falls in those other holes and the things that the bigger boats would just step over the top of. Brent has to drive through this to be much more aware of the water conditions.
So the boat did stop far short of the pit area, and Brent has popped the lid on it. A couple of patrol boats, or one now, is going to head over. They will toss a line to him. Hopefully that, to your point, is nothing they need to worry about, and it's just a quick adjustment, and they can get back out here and run on a second attempt. But certainly a positive run here for the U440 Boitano Holmes and Brent Hall. And a big part of the story, John, about Brent Hall, if he can make this happen and become qualified as an H1 Unlimited driver, he will be the first ever African American to do so. And that would be a big deal. I know it means the world to Brent.
Oh, absolutely.
And he's just an outstanding guy. You know him, I know him. He's extremely articulate. He loves this sport. He loves this town. He loves giving back to the community. He's a cancer survivor. I mean, the story of Brent Hall just seemingly doesn't end, but it's never about Brent and Brent talking about himself. He just wants to expand this sport for the good of the people and the public and giving back to the community. I think everybody's rooting for him.
I think so too. Brent's a real giver, and he's always puts other people's needs and things before his. Brent and I go way back. In the days that I was driving for Pay and Back, Brent raced a radio-controlled model of the same Pay and Back that I was driving, and so he was always a Pay and Back fan. I've always been a Brent Hall fan, and I would do my heart good to see him do really well this weekend.
It's interesting you bring that story up, because prior to the beginning of the season here, I sent a questionnaire to all our H1 drivers, and I sent one to Brent Hall, and I asked them questions about their racing career and all this, but I also asked them a lot of questions just about themselves personally. We're trying very hard, when I say we, H1 Unlimited, to humanize the sport a little bit more. These are people, and these are people with families and lives and children and kids, and sometimes that story gets lost a little bit. But the story you just relayed about Brent and the radio control button, he told that story in his response to me. John Walters came up to him and said, "Well, you're winning in it?" And he goes, "Yeah, I am." So yeah, just a terrific guy, and I can promise you that when Brent becomes qualified as an H1 Unlimited driver, we'll be positive about that. He will find his way up here, and we'll throw the headset on him, and since you know him so well, maybe I'll throw you on the hook with him. You guys can just have fun and banter back and forth a bit. So coming away from the dock now, I am assuming is the U12. It is. The Graham Trucking is the way. I say that because they are next up on our qualifying ladder. The way we qualify out here, or let's put it this way, the order in which we qualify is in inverse order to our current national high point standings, and that's why we led off with the 60 and the 440, because neither of those boats have scored any points this year. But now we've got another rookie on the water. Bobby King is at the top end of the race course, driving the U12, the Graham Trucking. Shelby Township, Michigan, hometown for Bobby King. He comes off the top end of the race course, and John Walters, this boat just never ceases to amaze me. After sitting on the beach for 2 years, looks like they've been running every week.
Yeah, that's a real credit to owner Rob Graham. It's a real credit to the team that he's put together, and Tommy Anderson down there, and Johnny Walker, and all that group that work on this book. Actually, Dewey Norton of T55 engine fame back in the Miss Budweiser days, his son Craig is turning wrenches on the engines here and doing some of the maintenance and helping them out. And as far as the guy they've got in the cockpit, this is one of those very extreme and rare situations where the word rookie doesn't fit. He's got so much experience, and he's so good and so skilled. He's just coming off a championship win in the Grand Prix boats in Canada, and one of the biggest events and one of the biggest races they put on up there against the best guys in the country, so best guys in the world. So I don't think that'll slow him down much. And I had someone ask me last week, geez, do you think that Bobby will struggle, with this big boat? And I said, yeah, I do. I think he's going to struggle right till they close the lid.
Yeah, he is, and he's just a terrific guy. And I honestly do not know him that well. I've been to races with him. I've interviewed him, and we got a first lap speed here, by the way, of 148.023. He is fully qualified, so we're not counting laps for this guy, only to make sure we get an average between lap 1 and 2 and 2 and 3. So I've interviewed this guy, and I stood and talked to him for a few minutes, but when he was coming back from Valleyfield a couple of weeks ago, he called me on the phone because I had some questions so we could fill out the paperwork that's in front of us here. And he and I were on the phone for the better part of 45 minutes, and he's just a character and got a good sense of humor and a really, really good head on his shoulders. And you probably wouldn't expect anything else from the son of Jimmy King. Halfway through his qualification attempt here. Take that back, he's almost all the way through here. He is on his third and final lap. The first lap 148, second lap he backed it off just a bit, 146.890. Bobby King, 29 29 years of age, out of Shelby Township, Michigan. Actually was born in Ontario, Canada. As he crosses the finish line, 3 up and 3 down.
Yeah, and that's too bad that Bobby's middle lap there fell off the pace a little bit. He came out real strong with that 148, and in the second lap, just as he entered the first turn down there, he ran over his own wake, and the boat took a little hop, and you could see it unhook the skid fin when the water fell there, and when it took that big jump, he had to back off the throttle just a second, and that tick of the clock was the difference there. So he'll end up having to use either way. He'll end up having to use his not as fast a laps.
And that's all it takes. Last year when, I certainly don't want to use the term predecessor, but I had Corey Peabody standing next to me last year, and we were talking about the boats, and he said, they're 7,000 pounds. And he said, basically you're talking a 7,000 pound race boat. And he said, it's not like driving your car on the freeway where, if you find you're going a little slower than you want, you can put your foot in it and bring it right back up. It just doesn't happen that quick. These things don't respond that fast.
And that's honestly one of the things that most of the guys, that get into these things are surprised by. I honestly feel the Grand Prix boat is much more difficult to drive than these. They react so much more quickly and so much more violently. They accelerate harder. But these boats are finesse. You learn, they're like a Formula One car. You have to feel this thing, you have to wear this thing, and it has to be part of you. And as it, makes adjustments and steps over the lumps and bumps, you can make throttle adjustments. And you have to come off the throttle like Bobby did there. When you get back after it, it takes several seconds for it to get back up and rolling again. And that's the difference between, his fast lap at 148 and his not as fast lap at 146.8 there. So an average of 2 consecutive laps. So either way, when it happens on the middle lap there, you have to use that one, which brings his average down. So, and, my biggest concern when guys come up from the smaller boats and get into the unlimiteds is it's easy to get yourself in trouble with these things because they're so big and they react a little bit differently than the smaller boats they're used to. You can get yourself in trouble because you don't realize how fast you're going. You get out there and the thing gets loose and you make some adjustments. 95 miles per hour. And it sneaks up on you. It's like driving that big town car on the freeway. Well, geez, officer, I didn't know I was going 85.
So next up on a ladder should be our U91 from Miss Madison Racing, the Miss Goodman Real Estate, and a guy that Seattle race fans know very, very well, and certainly a name that goes back many years in boat racing here, both back east and in Seattle and on Lake Washington. We have young driver Andrew Tate behind the wheel. Good to have Andrew back driving an unlimited this year. He was not with us a year ago, and I think this guy is an extremely strong player coming into this weekend. And I'm going back in my mind to that final heat last week in the Tri-Cities. Yes, he jumped the start, and yes, he was a lap down the whole time, but he and Corey Peabody really went at it that final, and he showed me something, and I'm expecting some laps here. I'm expecting some laps here north of 150 miles an hour.
I think so too. Andrew's a real charger here, and I think that he'll push real hard. He always does. He'll get the most out of the equipment and everything that's out there. It's unfortunate that Andrew missed a season there. He was, scheduled to drive another boat with another team. Everybody else got their drivers and teams in place, and then they didn't go racing, and so he ended up racing Grand Prix boats that year, which was still good for him, but it took a year of experience away from him.
So Andrew is on the clock down to the lower end of the race course. We saw him coming across start-finish line there, had the boat up out of the water, dancing it back and forth between the sponsons. Got some air underneath the boat, but a nice solid boat ride. Andrew Tate, young man out of Canton, Michigan. Originally born in Ann Arbor, Michigan, but now calls Canton, Michigan home. He is the only young man to have his name on the APBA Gold Cup along with his father. Mark Tate won a couple of Gold Cups. Andrew got one himself. He'd love to get a second one here. And just like that, Andrew Tate is up and down on lap number 1. Goodman Real Estate, U91, Andrew Tate. Beautiful gold, black, and white hydroplane. rockets down into the lower end of the race course. We'll get a lap speed here on the first one. Are we seeing our first 150? Yes, we are. 152.068.
Yeah, Andrew had a real good ride there, and like you say, he's got a real pedigree of, coming from a boat racing family. His father, Mark, won a couple of Gold Cups and an awful lot of races. His grandfather, Joe, was actually a pretty good boat driver in his own right. So there's no surprise here that Andrew can come out and lay down a couple of hot laps here, and I expect this one to be faster than the one before.
We will check it out. You mentioned Joe Tate. I was fortunate enough to get to know Joe quite well in my trips back to Detroit, announcing back there the Gold Cup. Just super people, the whole family. His mom, Sandy, just everybody, very personable, and they are boat racers through and through. Backed it off just a tick there, John. 151.770.
Well, the boat's nice and light. You can see air under it all the way, down the straightaways there. He's doing a real good job of running the front wing, keeping the thing under control, and trying to run it as loose and easy as possible. That's where they push the best, is when they're right on the edge.
It doesn't take long to turn 3 quick laps here on the Ted Jones race course when you've got water conditions, air temperatures like this, and Andrew Tate completes lap number 3 of 3. His second lap, because it was slower than the first, will therefore figure into the calculation, and they will average lap 2 and 3, because lap number 3 came in at 152.574. So somewhere around 152.1, I think, is about where this is going to come out.
Well, that was a good run. It gave him the opportunity to, get a couple of hard laps on the boat, and he'll come back with some really good information that'll help the team and the crew to make adjustments. Whether it's a gear change or a propeller change, or something that can help them to accelerate just a little bit quicker off the turns. The boat ride was excellent. The water's pretty decent right now, so it's kind of hard to set the boat up for these kinds of conditions when we know it'll be rougher in the heats.
Yep, absolutely it will. So a 2-lap average of 152.171 miles per hour. So a good run. Next up on our list, will be the U1, the Miss HomeStreet. They will come out as we got a great shot here of the pit area. We can see the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, Corey Peabody's boat being held over the water there as the gorgeous, and I say that, I really like the new paint scheme or graphic scheme, if you will, on the 91. Last year it was all black trimmed in gold and black, a lot more black and a lot more gold, but I really like the white and gold and the black trim this year on the 91, the Goodman Real Estate. They like it because they've got a qualifying speed of 152. They are our top qualifier right now, but we got some speed coming up behind them here.
Yeah, we do, and I agree with you on the paint scheme there. I like the white a lot better, and I can assure you all the guys crawling around on the deck like it a lot better than the black. They get so hot you can't touch them, and I can remember, being in places like Tri-Cities and that where we actually had buckets of water to lay the wrenches and things in that were on there because they get so hot you couldn't touch them. Yep.
Wow. And I mentioned they were holding the U9 over the lake. They just set it gently into the water. So we're looking on a monitor here. We got 3 boats, 2 getting ready to come out, 1, the U91, just coming back in. So next up, Dylan Runny, the rookie this year, driving the defending national high points champion. And he is underway. The lid's down, he is underway. It's powder blue, it's white. It is owned by the citizens of Madison, Indiana, Miss Madison Racing, sponsored by HomeStreet Bank with headquarters here in Seattle. Mark Mason and his team sponsoring the race this weekend, sponsoring the boat. You know they want to win here.
Oh, absolutely. And again, to the point you made, we definitely thank all the sponsors involved, and you know, HomeStreet Bank especially for all they've done in the sport over the past few years, and all the things that they've done, putting their confidence in everything. No pun intended, they're banking on Dylan doing a good job here, and I think that he will. He's done a great job so far. He learned so much in his testing and qualifying laps, and can come back and relay that information to the team. And Mike Hansen and that group down there are cream of the crop. They do a wonderful job and an excellent job of taking that information and making the boat faster with it and easier to drive.
And he's going to go way wide up at the top end of the race course, come down with a good long run at the start-finish line, and we'll put the 29-year-old from Rumson, New Jersey on the clock. Dylan Runny driving the U1, the Miss HomeStreet.
Dylan's got the front wing down a little bit now, trying to lay that thing down a little bit as he goes into the first turn there. You can see it get light right at the start-finish line here, and you know, he's going to wring every mile per hour out of that he can get. Like I say, when they're running loose and free like that's when they push the easiest. The driver's got to be right on top of things, keep the wing under control, and he'll loosen the boat up as it comes off the turns to accelerate a little bit harder, and then start putting the trailing edge of that wing up a little bit to lay it down and give him a little more control as they come into the turns at the big end of that long straightaway.
This boat was built and christened in the Tri-Cities in 2018. Entered its first race and competition in Seattle of that year. The week after they christened it in Tri-Cities, the next week in Seattle, it saw its first competition. Dylan Runny got his first one in the books. We'll get the speed here. Johnny turned that one at 147.079.
Well, I think there's several more miles per hour in the boat there. Like I say, Dylan's trying to figure things out here a little bit. This boat pushes really easily. I was still working on boats with the Beacon Plumbing team when this boat was being built in our shop. A good friend and close friend, Dale Van Wieringen, designed and built it. And it's just so fast. It pushes so easy. And I think at this point, Dylan's just trying to figure out the best combination to get that speed out of it.
Well, and a few hours ago, the young man turned his first laps on Lake Washington, so this is a brand new race course for him as well. He is a rookie, so he's got 2 in the books. He stepped it up a little bit, about almost 2.5 miles an hour. He's up to 149.411 miles per hour. See if he can crack that magical 150 mark here on lap 3.
And this can be a tricky race course if you've never driven on it before. Just the naked eye looking out across there, it looks flat and smooth, but you get out there in a boat and there's a lot of rough stuff on the back straightaway that you saw Dylan get into. And down on the other north end here, it's really rough from the floating bridge.
I really like Dylan's line through the upper corner. To me, he tightened it up a little bit there. We'll see if that'll translate into less elapsed time and a higher speed on lap number 3, but 3 up and 3 down for him. Did he get to the 150 mark? No, he's got to be just short and just a tick faster. 149.850. I can almost do this one in my head. I think we're going to come out about 149.6. Somewhere there's a 4th grade math teacher that's proud of me right now.
You were listening.
I was paying attention.
Well, those are very quick laps, and I'm sure that the HomeStreet guys and Dylan are not going to be satisfied with that. I can assure you that they're Mike Hansen's in the truck right now looking at the numbers and the things that went on, and they'll make some other adjustments and get an opportunity to qualify again in the next round, and they'll get it together. Sometimes being the fastest qualifier isn't necessarily the thing to do. It's again coming up with the best combination. And this boat races about as fast as it qualifies, so they could. There's no doubt in my mind that if the race were to start this afternoon, they could run laps, with other boats on the race course in the 149 range. So they're disappointed a little bit, but certainly not concerned at this point.
And we talked earlier about how everything at an H1 Unlimited hydroplane race builds from the beginning of the weekend this morning at 9 o'clock when the course opened through and to our final heat that comes up Sunday afternoon. We began the weekend with testing, and that was exactly what it was. It was just testing different things on this different race course. And now we go qualifying, and we mentioned this is the first opportunity the teams have had to actually earn points. We should talk about that a little bit. Our top qualifier will earn 100 points for that particular effort. Our second place qualifier will get 80 points. Third place gets 70, and then it goes 60, 50, and on down from there. So there are points involved here, and those points count toward making it in the final heat, and that's the ultimate goal, because you got to be in it to win it.
That's exactly right, and it'll be a winner-take-all final based on points and all the hard work that's been done over the weekend to get in. And these guys are gathering information. They have their own data acquisition units on the boat to measure fuel flow and RPM and temperatures and pressures and everything, and they'll look at that, analyze that, put everything together to come up with a faster combination, a better boat, and they'll do that every time the boat's in the water. And sometimes it's a step forward and a couple of steps back. Other times, based on the driver's input and the different things. Part of it is just being able to get the boat around the race course where it's comfortable with the driver, and he can handle it in any situation. And it may not be the ultimate speed combination that's on there, and not always does the fastest boat win. So it's the one that handles the best, the guy that can make the best start. There's a whole assortment of potential things that you need to look at.
And if you want to talk about speed, this one has shown a lot of it so far in our 2023 H1 Unlimited campaign. John Walters in Guntersville, Alabama. Dustin Eccles turned what I saw for my first time. I finally saw a 171 mile per hour lap, and it was something to behold.
Yeah, man, that's smoking, and he really had the boat hooked up and rolling down there in Guntersville. And Dustin does a great job of flying the boat and dealing with the boat. And honestly, the years that he spent in that smaller 440 boat, I think, are a big part of the reason why he's able to drive this boat so well.
He's at the top end of the race course here. And you talk about a team that if they didn't have any bad luck, they wouldn't have any luck at all. My goodness, they were involved in a freak accident in Guntersville, Alabama. Then they blew the boat over in Madison, Indiana. It's just been a real tough road for these guys, but now they got this brand new sponsor with Flavor Pack on board, and they've changed the color scheme, and it's just kind of really boosted the morale of this team. And they are a never say die team. They're always working hard. They work very closely together, and we've got a first lap speed here, 151.6, so 151.620 miles an hour. So Dustin's cooking.
Yeah, he is. He's got the boat in a real nice line there. He's out in about lane 4 or so coming off the exit pin here. And like I said, it's a little bit rough down there, so he knows where that's at. He's got a lot of laps experience on Lake Washington here. And he's just trying to pick the line that the boat accelerates, keeps the RPM up, keeps the boat speed up, and keeps it out of trouble.
Got a lot of air under it. He's just tapping those sponsons on the water. We'll see if he's able to move it in the right direction. And indeed he is. 152.471 miles an hour. The second one's quicker, John.
Yeah, that lap looked a little bit better. He was a little bit more in control of the front wing situation there and trying to keep the boat just dancing on top of the water.
Top qualifier so far is Andrew Tate at 152.1. That lap for Dustin Eccles, 152.4. Can he improve upon that and sit atop the ladder, at least unofficially? Dustin Eccles in the Flavor Pack, the U40. Boat looks really, really good on the water. Just waiting for that third lap to come across. John, it's another quick one, 152.526 miles an hour. I think I can do this one in my head too. So it's going to be about 152.5 something. Yeah, that's going to be 4. Anyway, 152. He's going to sit atop our ladder.
I think so too. And those were really good laps, and the Flavor Pack people ought to be really happy with that. I'm sure that the crew down there is excited and happy about it. And they've got a lot more up their sleeve, and I think that when they get back there, Kelly will make some changes. And they've got a lot of good equipment down there and some really smart people that'll pick up another mile an hour or two faster.
And that's what's been happening on the circuit this year. We go through the first round of qualifying, and then when the guys come out and the teams come out for the second run, everybody seems to kick it into a higher gear and things ratchet up a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely a learning curve, and these guys work so hard. They've got a lot of equipment. They've got a lot of technical equipment now today that we didn't have in the old days as well. And they keep track of everything, temperatures and pressures, and of course H1 monitors the fuel flow and the RPM. They do the same thing to compare numbers and compare notes there. They've got the ability to change parts and pieces that can make the boat easier to drive, can make the boat turn a little better or accelerate a little better or have a little more top end. And these guys typically have a little more top end on everybody. I think they get to the turn a little bit quicker if they get a good run. They've got 4 or 5 miles an hour on everybody when they get to the entrance pin of the next turn. And they use that well on the lane that Dustin gets in. The boat's got to do everything right to run the inside lane and have good top end, accelerate well, get to the first turn with the boys, and then be able to turn when you get down there. And this is one of those boats that does all of that very well.
So next up on the ladder should be Team Strong, if we've got it right. No, that's right. My apologies to Scott and Shannon Rainey. They will come out next. The U11, the Legend Yacht Transport, presents the Old Cannery Furniture Warehouse. It's a mouthful, but I promised Scott and Shannon I'd get it out. We like to get all our sponsors' names out there. And it's great when some of these local organizations, the Old Cannery Furniture Warehouse was on board with the U11 a year ago, and obviously they were happy with it. They came back here for 2023, and we're very glad to have them on board.
Scott and Shannon do such a great job down there. And of course, they're very dear and very close friends and have a lot of relationships with them and a few wins in a Gold Cup with that group. And, they work really hard. They've not had huge sponsorship money to work with, so they have to work a little bit smarter, try to get everything out of the boat that they can. Jamie does a great job of driving the boat. He makes good starts, never puts himself or the equipment in danger or harm's way. And that whole group, Sam and PK and everybody down there, they work so hard to support this team and the group. They've had an awful lot of bad luck too. They had gearbox issues last week. The boat, ran well. They won a heat. We're leading the National High Point, race there for a little while and had some bad luck and are trying to catch up again. So best of luck to everybody down there.
And you know Scott Rainey better than I do, but I've gotten to know him over the years, and it was interesting when I spoke with him prior to the race in the Tri-Cities last week, where they came to town as the National High Points leader by a grand total of 1 point,
yes.
which was so much fun. And I said, well, hopefully you had a little bit of time to kind of enjoy that between Madison and the Tri-Cities. And he goes, no, we were working hard. We know these teams are going to get faster this week, so no, we didn't have time to do anything like that. And that's just kind of Scott Rainey, take everything in stride.
It is. He's worked hard from day one, and during the Pringles days, we had a pretty bad season there. Got the boat upside down 4 different times in a season, and we crashed in Syracuse and made the trip back home to the shop in Ballard, and we had the boat upside down in the shop trying to get ready for Tri-Cities. Scott, as a young boy, was standing outside looking inside there wondering if there was anything he could do to help, and I said absolutely.
Get in here.
And we put him to work, and he's never stopped since. So
wow.
I'm real proud of Scott.
Wow, that's a good story. So up the backstretch, U11 Legend Yacht Transport, presented by the Old Cannery Furniture Warehouse. Jamie Nielsen, one-time professional baseball player. How about that?
Yeah.
Drafted in the Kansas City Royals organization, but this guy wanted to go boat racing, so here he is. Nilsson family, been boat racers for many, many years. He's off the top end of the race course. I'm colorblind, John Walters, but this one's a pretty one.
It definitely is. definitely is. It shows up well on the water. It's pretty. Green's my favorite color. Tends to be bad luck for most racing circuits, and most boat racers don't particularly like green for bad luck things. But I'm a firm believer in you make your own luck, and they've worked really hard, and I hope they have some great luck here.
I do too, and we talk about Kelly and Sharon Stockland. Someday they're going to pull off that first win, and boy, there's going to be a party. That day is coming for this team as well. Scott and Shannon as owners are going to win one of these things one of these days, and that's another one where they're going to lock the pit area, and it's going to be a fun party inside.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, and it'll be well deserved. They work so hard, and they get close and have setbacks, and they just never give up.
So here comes Jamie Nielsen off the top end of the race course. He's number 3 in national high points, and he will come down and put the first of 3 laps in the books. Normally we would say, well, clearly that was fast enough and he'll be qualified for our event, but not for the APBA Gold Cup. It is the fastest 2 consecutive laps. They take the average of those 2, and that becomes your qualifying speed, just a little bit different for the APBA Gold Cup. And up the backstretch on lap number 2. First lap for Jamie Nielsen was a 144.4 miles an hour. Jamie, you see that big wall of water that is put up by the skid fin off the trailing edge of that left side sponson, the trailing edge of the left side sponson. There's that big barn door, as I call it, skid fin that holds his line through the corner. 2 up, 2 down. Jamie Nielsen, Legend Yacht Transport, presented by the Old Cannery Furniture Warehouse. 144 in the first one, John. See what he gets here on lap number 2. A little bit quicker. He's up 3 miles an hour, over 3 miles an hour to 147.5 miles an hour.
Yeah, that lap looked a lot better. And Jamie's one of those guys that learns from his mistakes. He learns from the mistakes of others and plays it to his advantage. And I'm sure that Jamie saw something in that first lap, or felt something in that first lap, that he made the change and changed it a little bit, and he made it different in this next lap to get a little faster. And it wouldn't surprise me at all to see this one just a tick faster than the second lap.
Well, whatever it is in the books. As Jamie completes his 3rd lap. The second one was the quickest of the first 2 at 147.5 miles an hour. See where this one goes. Another 147, so 147.124. So he's got a 147.5 and a 147.1 that our crackerjack mathematician right in front of us here will squirrel around the little bars on the abacus, and we'll have an answer here. But a good run.
It was a good run.
And I think they have to be pleased with that. And if nothing else, as I've said, they came to the Tri-Cities, the leader in national high points. Jamie's kept his nose clean for the most part.
Yes.
And he's had really good starts. In Madison, Indiana, they might as well just named lane 1 after him. He was on the inside lane in each of his heats, and he was on time. And that first heat right out of the box, he got the jump on the field, and it was race over, and he won.
Yeah, Jamie's done a real good job of driving the boat and getting that inside lane, making great starts. I've got a little experience with this boat, and I know that it likes it. The rougher the water gets, the better this boat runs. So they're hoping that the water will get a little bit rougher, a little bit bumpier, and they can really show what they've got. And this is another one of those boats that races as well as it qualifies. And this 147 again would not surprise me at all for them to have 147-mile-an-hour laps in competition with other boats on the course with them. Most everybody's got their boat set up right now for qualifying setup. A little taller gear, a little taller propeller, with more pitch in and a little higher gear ratio to get that top end and get that big speed out of it. So they'll do that for a little bit for show here right now before they get the points that are also available here. And then they'll make some adjustments before the first heat, and they'll put a different gearbox in there that's usually 3 or 4% lower gear, come down an inch or so in propeller pitch to make the boat a little bit more drivable and a little bit more predictable in the rougher water conditions. And I assure you, when we get 4 boats on the race course here, the skid fins are just so big these days. They just dig a huge humongous holes out there, and it just makes the turn so rough and so difficult to get through. So that's a real advantage to this team in this boat, to have the water rough. They step through that stuff pretty well.
So now next up on our list is Team Strong. 2 boats owned by Daryl and Vanessa Strong, and I want to come back to something you were talking about off air a little bit. Talking about when Bill Cahill, who stepped up in a big way to help us out here by helping support and fund the APBA Gold Cup coming back to Seattle for the first time in 38 years, and we all thank Bill Cahill for his efforts in Beacon Plumbing. But you were telling a story earlier this morning off mic about when the Beacon sponsorship was successful here with a win in Seattle, and what happened at the business following the race and all the phone calls that came in. Maybe you could explain that story again. It's a good one.
Absolutely. That's a fun one because there's so many people that put their names on these boats for sponsorship reasons and to promote a company or a business or a product or something. And I've had the great opportunity to work with some of the finest in those and actually see that those numbers do indeed work. We had great success with Bill Cahill. He was a great sponsor. He's a great man. Very much fun to race with people that love the sport so much. And Bill grew up a little kid and dreamed of being in a position someday to be involved with the sport. And he sponsored our boat, Miss Beacon Plumbing, with Jean Theoret driving. We won the Gold Cup. We won the race here in Seattle and Seafair that year. We won the World Championship in San Diego that year, and it was a very successful season. But the race here in Seattle, because of the TV commercials and Stop Freaking, Call Beacon, and even though he's involved with the Mariners and other people where they advertise for Beacon Plumbing. When we won the race here in Seattle with Miss Beacon Plumbing, he literally had to hire people to answer the telephones. People were calling; they were so busy, with their plumbing needs, and thought, geez, we've got this leak in the kitchen, or we've got this problem here. Who do we call? Hey, you remember that boat that was on TV that just won the boat race here in Seattle? Let's call Beacon Plumbing. It absolutely does make a difference.
That's terrific. That's a great story. So there it is from someone who was there when it happened. It does pay off now away from the dock. Boy, and I want to talk a little bit about this boat, the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. Speaking of Bill Cahill, but he's sponsoring the next 2 boats on the water. This one driven by Corey Peabody. When we went down to Guntersville, Alabama this year, we all talked about the last time we saw the U9 on the water with Corey Peabody was during a dynamite final heat in the Indiana Governor's Cup on the Ohio River, when Corey Peabody and at the time Jimmy Shane were just going at it, and it was the best heat of the season, and then the boat went skyward and pretty much destroyed the boat, and they were done for the season. Nobody saw the boat run, obviously, because it didn't until we went to Guntersville to begin the season. And wow, what a piece they put together. This thing right out of the box, John, has just been a rocket.
It is, and it's actually one of the oldest boats on the circuit here, but got a lot of time on it. But it's been improved and updated so many times. The Campbell brothers down there, Jeff and Mike Campbell, both close friends and people that I've worked with a number of different teams, a number of different years, and had the great pleasure to be the crew chief on the Miller team when they were both involved. And later we went to Pringles, where they came as well. Mike helping me to design and build the boat for Bill Worcester there, and Jeff, is so clever, and they do so many things. You walk around these boats, and they all look very similar, but if you pay attention to the details, you'll see, minor little details that make this boat different and make this boat faster. And Corey does a great job at driving it. Corey seems to be mild-mannered, cool, calm, and collected on the beach, but he puts every ounce of energy into this thing and works with the competition committee and works real hard in the off-season to improve the sport.
Yeah, he's definitely more than just a driver for Daryl and Vanessa Strong, who own this particular boat. He is now working full-time for Strong Racing. He is the team general manager for both this boat and the U8 that'll be next out on the water. But the first one is in the books, and I keep making the comment about this one, John, except for spinning out in Madison and tearing up the strut in one of their heats, nobody has beaten Corey Peabody on the water yet this year. And I made the comment that the boat's been absolutely a rocket, and I'm glad you touched on the fact that Corey himself handles the boat so well. This kid can really drive.
He absolutely can. He does a great job. It comes back with good information that helps the team to make improvements, make adjustments. He never gets rattled. You have problems on the race course or with the boat or with the equipment or whatever. You just work through it and move on, and I really appreciate that in a driver.
So Corey Peabody puts lap 2 in the books. The first one was 148. I kind of thought we'd have one north of 150, but believe me, the kid's not done yet. But 148.787 miles an hour for Corey. And it's been interesting, John, as you know, he's been our top qualifier in Madison and in the Tri-Cities, and in both of those events, he was the last boat on the water to go out and qualify, and it was the last lap of the last attempt that put him into the top spot on the qualification ladder. We've had some drama. So Corey Peabody knows how to handle this boat. He knows how to handle this race course. Second lap, 151.668 miles an hour. If he could lay down a 153 right there, we'd have some fun with our calculators. Get the speed momentarily. Now it's a little bit slower, 150.927. So we'll average the 151.6, the 150.9, come up somewhere in the 151 range.
Yeah, they're still trying to sort some things out there and figure some things out. The water conditions are a lot different now than they were earlier when we started. The temperatures come up a little bit as well.
And that really affects these turbine motors.
It does. A lot more than we would even realize. But Lycoming, when they build these engines, run them on the test cell and do the certification and everything for them, that's all done at what they consider a standard day. The standard day for them is 59 degrees. And these engines will lose about 10 horsepower for every degree over 59 degrees.
Really?
So when you get to places like Tri-Cities, when we get, like last year, when it was 110, 112 degrees and really hot, these guys are down 400 horsepower in some cases compared to what they would be. The bad news is that. The good news is that they're all running the same engine, so it affects them all equally. The only one is, Mr. Cooper and the guys that are running that big Allison that have the definite advantage there. But what it does do is change the way the boat accelerates. It changes, the gear ratio that you have to run in order to make up for that horsepower difference or the propeller size. And so it makes it a little bit more difficult when you run early in the mornings and it's nice and cool. Run that same combination in the afternoon and it won't get out of its own way. So those are just things that you have to deal with. It's just part of the game.
I knew they lost horsepower as it got warmer, but I did not know to that extent. That's good input. Looking down here at Kim Meredith over her shoulders here. Now that big red, I think it's red, that big red check mark, I'm going to make an assumption here that means they cleared. So, John, everybody has cleared tech inspection. So all of the speeds we have been giving that we said were unofficial, they are now official, having been cleared by the tech truck. So good news there. And to get through our qualifying ladder, one time completely, we need to run one more boat, and that would be the U8, the Beacon Electric. It's bright red. It's driven by J. Michael Kelly. Now, there's a young man who knows how to win on this race course. He's got 4 wins.
He definitely does, and J. Michael just knows how to drive, period. I've commented to J. Michael at different times and shaken his hand and told him what a great job he does. And I told him, I said, back in the days I was driving, I dreamed and worked hard to be the driver that you are. You do such an amazing job in every class that he's in. One of my great heroes in the world was Dean Chenoweth. Dean was able to win a couple of national championships in a stock outboard hydroplane race in one weekend. And J. Michael has not only done that, he won more national championships in the stock outboards in one day than any other driver that I'm aware of. He was also the world's champion in the unlimiteds at the same time at the complete other end of the scale. He still races outboards, he still races limited inboard classes, and does just a great job in the unlimited here. And just an amazing guy, an amazing driver. Great father, he's a good family man, and I'm just proud to know him.
Good stuff. You mentioned some personal stuff there about Mr. Chenoweth, certainly one of my favorite all-time drivers. The man could handle a race boat, certainly a gentleman, as you said, and I was a big fan of his.
Yeah,
so
Dean was one of those guys that won 3 championships in one weekend in the stock outboards. And in those days, I mean, it was just incredible the number of boats that would show up to a stock outboard event. And J. Michael, I believe, won 4.
Seafair would like to thank the Boeing Airplane Company. Today's air show is made possible by Boeing, the company that helps enable all humanity to take flight. Join Boeing's manufacturing team. You'll earn best-in-class benefits, and your ambition will have plenty of room to grow. Apply now at Boeing.com/Seattle Jobs. That's Boeing.com/Seattle Jobs. And speaking of Boeing, they have been a Seafair sponsor since the first festival almost 75 years ago. Boeing has more employees in Washington State than anywhere else in the world. Thank you, Boeing, for bringing us today's air show, and thank you, Boeing, for being such a big part of Seafair for so many years.
Thank you.
Out on the water now, we have J. Michael Kelly in the U8, the Beacon Electric. You heard John Walters talking about this young man. Driving outboards, driving inboards, driving his car, I make the comment, you run into this guy in a grocery store, you're probably going to have to hustle down the aisle because he's going to beat you to the corner. This guy just likes to race.
He does.
And he's at the top end of the course. We're going to bring him down, put him on a clock. J. Michael Kelly, our current leader in national high points, and that's something we're going to need to talk about here. We've got the point standings. We'll take a look at them and talk about how these qualifying points might affect it. But meanwhile, we've got J. Michael Kelly on the clock. Down at the lower end of the race course, J. Michael Kelly on lap 1 of 3. John, this boat seems somewhat unique to me. Both Jean Theoret, when he was behind the wheel of this particular hull, and Mike now, this boat just seems to fly so high off the water. Boy, in Madison, Indiana, we were looking right underneath that boat, and you see him get it up out of the water. He's become quite the flyer of that particular hull.
Yeah, J. Michael has a great feel for the boat and what's going on around him there, and he's got a real good sense of how high the boat gets, and he runs it right on its limit. It very rarely gets to the point that that he has to make an emergency maneuver there to bring the thing back down, but he's right on top of it when he needs to do that. And this boat seems to be a little more self-correcting than some of the others, and it gets up but it always seems to find its way back down.
Well, he's at the top end of the race course. He's going to come down and complete lap number 2. Lap number 1 was 148.071 miles an hour. J. Michael Kelly, your current national high points leader, got 1 lap in the books at 148. We will check lap number 2 momentarily. Second lap, another 148, this time 148.166, so he stepped in the right direction. J. Michael Kelly.
Yeah,
John, we talk about the national high point standings. I said we'd get into it and look it up. J. Michael Kelly has 3,499 points. Corey Peabody, his teammate, 3,480. So there's only 19 points between our first and second place boats. As J. Michael Kelly puts lap number 3 in the books, we'll see what it is, but that's a whole nother situation and discussion we've got going on in the background of the APBA Gold Cup. Is this National High Points Championship that's going to be decided Sunday afternoon.
It's going to be decided this weekend, this being the last race of the 2023 season here. So there's an awful lot on the line here. I mean, it's hometown race for everybody. Most people, they want to do really well here because it's the hometown. You know, it's the APBA Gold Cup, which is a premier race of our season, and it's the final race of the season. So it's very close on points with a lot of boats and a lot of things that can go wrong and a lot of things that can make a difference here. So it's going to be a pretty exciting weekend.
It will indeed. Seafair would like to take this opportunity to thank Barnhart Crane. Barnhart Cranes is one of the largest heavy lift and heavy transport organizations in the United States, with over 50 years of service to our community and customers. Barnhart prides itself on providing innovative solutions for its customers' needs. Barnhart Cranes, thank you from Seafair. And every year we talk about the Seafair Boat Club, and Seafair certainly thanks the Seafair Boat Club for its help in putting on the HomeStreet Bank Cup and this year the APBA Gold Cup. The Seafair Boat Club is a volunteer organization that helps plan and put on the water-oriented events, including the Milk Carton Derby. The Seafair for my apologies to everybody on the shore. My microphone cut out there for a moment, but the Seafair Boat Club is integral to this particular event. They are a volunteer organization that helps plan and put on many of the activities involved with not only Seafair Weekend, but other Seafair events that happen throughout the year and on the calendar. If you would like to join the Seafair Boat Club and volunteer your time and talent helping out Seafair put on many events, stop by the Message Center in the pit area and find out about membership in the Seafair Boat Club. Seafair thanks them for all of their assistance. And fans, we are coming up on a H1 Unlimited driver's autograph session, and I'm looking at the schedule right now. Coming up at 2 o'clock to 2:30 is the H1 Unlimited driver autograph session. This is going to take place in Genesee Park, just outside the pit area and across the street, as our fans online get a dynamite look at the Beast Unleashed presents Miss Thriftway as it comes away from the dock and away from the pit area out on the race course. Gunnar O'Farrell, he qualified successfully this morning. Looking at Gunnar's speed, he had a 2-lap average of 145.572 miles per hour. We'll look to see if he can improve that. But back to our driver's autograph session. Don't miss out on it. It's going to start at, where did it go? It's at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Going to go from 2 until 2:30, just outside the pit area and across the street. You'll see the drivers there. Go over, pay them a visit, bring a program, bring a picture, bring anything you would like. They will sign your arm. Yeah, they will sign your arm, your chest, anything you want to do. Go see the H1 Unlimited drivers, and don't just get the autograph. Talk to these guys. They love to talk boat racing. Tell them why you think they might be your favorite boat and why you think they might win. It's a very personable group. You will enjoy it. The driver's autograph session at 2 o'clock. On the clock, Gunnar O'Farrell in the Beast Unleashed presents Miss Thriftway. Great looking hydroplane. reminiscent of the early 1960s in the Miss Thriftway and the Miss Century 21. That autograph session, by the way, I mentioned it's in Genesee Park, right across the street from the entrance to the pit area. It will be right next to the Miss HomeStreet Bank display hydroplane. You can't miss it in the park. It's on tilt out there. You get a great look at the HomeStreet Bank display boat. The drivers will be close by. And I'm told also the J-Stock drivers will be there. How about that, John Walters? We've got a bunch of kids out there, and they're going to be in an autograph session. They'll be excited to have fans come by and get their autograph. Now, that's a good story going back to school in the fall.
I think that's awesome, and I think that it's so much fun for these kids to get involved with the sport and having so much fun and being recognized as hydroplane drivers. They get to go to the autograph session and be there with maybe their heroes from some of the Unlimiteds, and these things are all tied together very closely. Most of the J-Stock Hydros are sponsored by some of these Unlimited teams, and so they represent each other and are teammates with some of the professional drivers that are there. So it's an awesome thing, a great thing for the sport, getting young people involved, and all those people down there in the J-Stock pits, they are the future of unlimited hydroplane.
Absolutely. You may be getting the autograph from a future Gold Cup champion, and then you can say 20 years down the road, yeah, but I got so-and-so's autograph, a Gold Cup champion, and I got it when they were driving J-Stock hydros.
Yeah, he's 10 years old, yeah.
Pretty good stuff. Gunnar O'Farrell, first lap 140.969, turned it up just a little bit to 141.793. Qualified earlier, 145. So, John, talk a little bit about that. Gunnar and the U60, they went out and qualified earlier with a 2-lap average of 145.5 miles an hour. Now he's out running again, and both laps decisively slower at 140 and 141. Just trying a different combination? And
I think they're just trying a different combination here and trying to get Gunnar some seat time, and it may not have been as much of an opportunity for them or as much of an intent of theirs to up their qualifying speeds here. It would have been nice to do that, but it's an opportunity to get Gunnar some more laps on the race course.
And what I typically say when I don't have somebody like you looking over my shoulder who knows all the answers, I make a comment that, okay, you might look at those numbers last lap at 144.048. You might look at those numbers and go, well, gosh, they're slower, so they didn't learn anything. Oh, no, they certainly did. Maybe what they learned was that combination's not as good as they thought it might be, or maybe not as good as the one they ran previous.
Exactly, and I've learned throughout my racing career as in life, you always learn the most from the things that didn't work. And this is one of those things that may not have worked as well as it maybe looked like it was going to on paper or whatever. And again, one of the ways that I like to look at it is there's no such thing as a failure. It's just a result.
So Gunnar O'Farrell will return to the pit area with a successful run, as John was just explaining. They learned something, but it's always good when you can get additional seat time, just more and more and more. And again, this is the first time Gunnar has been in the unlimited hydroplane on Lake Washington. But his previous qualifying run of 145.572 miles an hour will still stand. John, I'm going to step away from the microphone here for a couple of minutes and see if we get another boat out on the water. We are looking live into the pit area. I see the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, is coming off of the trailer. I suspect we're going to have some additional activity, and I see, and I'm not going to step away now because I can see the orange cowling on the U440 coming out. So let's go back to that page. This could be big stuff here.
Absolutely.
Brent Hall is going to come out. He came out earlier and qualified the boat at 133.739 miles per hour. The boat. Brent himself is not yet qualified. He needs 2 more laps, and they both have to be north of 130 miles an hour. Fist bump, let's make it happen. Come on, Brent. I know everybody is pulling for this young man.
At this race here in Seattle, with the most history of any race in history, boat racing, we could very well see history made here today.
So top end of the race course. Needs 2 laps. He's going to have an opportunity here to turn 3. Needs 2 of them above 130 miles per hour. And Brent Hall will become a qualified H1 Unlimited driver. He is on the clock.
Yeah, the boat ride looks good, and actually these water conditions are a little better for Brent, a little bit rougher. I'll get that thing up off the water a little bit and fly it a little bit easier. The good, nice chop on the water. If he can keep it out of the rollers where it drops down in there and he ever has to backpedal, the thing is his worst enemy at this point in time. He wants to keep that thing as pedal to the metal, as they say, and just drive it all the way around the race course as hard as he can.
Young man who grew up on Mercer Island. And his family would throw backyard parties and they could hear the boats, and then on some level they could actually see parts of the race course. And he always knew this was something he wanted to do. And he's got his opportunity to get qualified right now. Come on, Brent, this whole place is pulling for him.
He seems to be off the power a little bit right there. I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, it did. It seemed like definitely his foot got pulled there. Just as he crossed the line, we're going to get a first lap speed here. And he's down on power now. Oh, and he got the 130. He got 130.8, but now the boat is down. Oh, my goodness.
So close.
So close. Because I can do this math in my head. He now needs one more lap at 130 miles an hour, and the boat is dead in the water right at the exit pin of turn 1. Oh, he's got to be so disappointed. But if we had the opportunity, John, to talk to him, he would be disappointed. He would state some disappointment, but then immediately he'd kick it back in and he'd be a positive guy. We'll get back out and we'll get her done. He's just that kind of a guy, and the lid has been popped, so that's the end of that attempt. Gosh, he needed to take 2 steps, got 1.
Yeah, he'll get another opportunity tomorrow to try and get one more there. It's unfortunate that he couldn't get it done today. That's one of those things that sooner is always better, and now they're a little bit under the gun to get this thing finished and get him qualified as a driver with 1 more lap to go. The equipment, however, is qualified. The boat's in the race. And it may even be a situation where the owners may want to get together and decide, geez, we ought to give Brent the opportunity in the other boat to get another 130-mile-an-hour lap, and let's get this guy qualified before the season comes to a close on him.
Brent puts the hands over his head, the signal that he is okay. And he has climbed out of the boat. And that certainly is a possibility, John, that you were just talking about, because, boy, it has not been for lack of effort.
No, absolutely not.
Talking to crew chief on the U40, talking to Taylor Evans yesterday, and he was late getting down here while the boat was being parked and so forth. And he said, no, we were back working on the 440. He said we were all bending on that one the last couple of days to get it out here. They chased their tails on that gearbox problem, and it looked like perhaps they had it in the rear view mirror, and they certainly got close. Now, John Walters, I'm going to take a moment and step away here from the microphone. We'll be back momentarily. I know we've got the 91 getting ready to come because the boat is in the water. But John Walters and Brad Luce, we will be back momentarily here as soon as we have a boat out on the race course. Right now, we are going to tow the 440 Boitano Homes back to the dock.